doing HackerFrogs After School Cryptography Basics session number 6. So let's go ahead and get the link just in case anybody wants to watch along with us on youtube.com. And let's go ahead and grab that link. Here it is. I'll just leave it in the chat for everybody. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So today we're going to be using PicoCTF. So if you don't already have an account over at PicoCTF, please make one over there. And we're going to be working over there a little bit later today. All right, so this is Cryptography Basics number 6. This is the last class for cryptography for this course, but hopefully you've all learned a little bit about these secret messages that we send back and forth called cryptography. And we're going to be learning about something that is very relevant to real world stuff as far as cryptography is concerned. Anyways, hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the workshop. This workshop is the 6th and final session for Cryptography Basics. And in the last session, we learned about the following cryptography concepts. So we talked about a few different things last time. We talked about the XOR operation, and XOR is a bitwise operator which can be performed between 2 or more numbers and returns the number 0 if the bits are the same and 1 if they are different. We talked about some different XOR properties. So A XOR B is the same as B XOR A, and A XOR two other numbers is the same as the two other numbers XORed with the first number. So if you're able to get two of the numbers that were used in the XOR operation, you can get the third number pretty easily. So in this session's topics, we're going to be talking about the RSA crypto system, and we're just going to do an overview of it. I can't say that I'm an expert on the RSA crypto system, but it does come up a lot in CTF challenges. So we need to learn a little bit about it so that we're able to complete some of these challenges. And we're going to be talking about a couple of well, we're going to do one challenge at least from the PicoCTF website that covers the RSA crypto system. So let's talk about the RSA system. And RSA, this is going to be an acronym for its creators. So it's 3 people created this system over here. Mr. Ron Rivest, R, Mr. Adi Shamir, S, and Mr. Leonard Edelman, which is A. So this comes up as RSA, and this is a public key crypto system. So when we're talking about public key crypto systems, we mean that there are 2 keys that are used to decrypt a message and to encrypt a message. So when you want to create a secret using RSA, you need a couple of different keys. We're going to talk about what these keys are and what role they play in just a second. So what is this public key cryptography thing we're talking about? In a public key crypto system, each party, which is the sender and the receiver, they're both going to create a public key and a private key for encryption and decryption purposes, then exchange their public keys. So we can probably better understand this if we talk about a little example. So in this example, we've got Alice and Bob. So Alice and Bob, they're going to exchange their public keys to do their public key cryptography. And if Alice wants to send Bob an encrypted message with public key cryptography, first the 2 would exchange public keys. So for cryptography, they both have these public keys. They're going to share them with each other. Then Alice encrypts her message to Bob using Bob's private key and sends, oh, okay, sorry, I made a bit of a mistake. So Alice encrypts her message to Bob using Bob's public key. This should say public key. And so basically, both Alice and Bob have a private key as well, and they combine the information in their private keys with the public key of the person that they want to send the message to. So after they do that, they can send it on over, and then you can get we'll explain this. So Alice takes her message and then uses Bob's public key to encrypt the message and then sends it to Bob. Even if the encrypted message is captured, it cannot be read since it's encrypted. So the important thing about the RSA system is that if somebody captures the message, then they cannot read the message because they would need to have the private key of whoever it's being sent to read the message. Okay, so upon receiving the message, Bob can decrypt the message using his private key and then can read the message. If Bob wanted to respond, he would encrypt the message using Alice's public key, etc., etc. So Bob decrypts Alice's message using Bob's private key and is able to read Alice's message. So public key cryptography is widely used on the internet to secure systems such as HTTPS, SSH, and VPNs. So when we say HTTPS, what we mean is web pages. So in most cases, when you connect to a web page, your browser and the web server is going to do public key cryptography to make sure that the messages sent back and forth between you and the website are going to be encrypted. So the same thing with SSH, and SSH is basically logging into a computer that is not your own computer. And with SSH, the same thing happens. There's going to be encrypted message sent back and forth, which means that if anybody were to intercept these messages, then they wouldn't be able to read the messages. And the same thing with VPNs. So we talk about VPNs, we talk about them being private, and the way that VPNs are private is that the VPNs create an encrypted tunnel, where data is sent back and forth, and so anybody who was to capture this information, they wouldn't be able to read this information. So this is all examples of public key cryptography, and they're used in a lot of different systems to make sure that the data is nice and secure. So what about hacking with RSA? So although RSA is considered to be a secure method, and it's very popular, and it's a secure method of encryption, it is possible to decrypt RSA messages if the key was created insecurely, and we're going to go over one of those examples right now. So even though RSA is a secure method of encryption, we have to be careful that we don't use RSA in an insecure way, because if we were to use RSA in an insecure way, then people could potentially hack it and then get the information, the original message. So there's something in RSA called a cube root attack. This is an example of how RSA could be hacked. And a cube root attack is a cryptographic attack which takes advantage of the small public exponent in RSA encryption. So when we say small public exponent, we basically mean how complicated the value is that we use to encrypt. And in this case, there's going to be three things that we can get from an RSA message, and those are the values of N and E and C. So N is going to be the key, basically, that is sent along with the message. The value of E is going to be the complexity of how we're going to be doing the mathematics on the encrypted message to decrypt the message. And there's the actual message itself, which is C over here. And in this case, C is, well, in all these cases, they can all be expressed as like a number. So in this case, N is a number, and so is E, and so is C. Anyways, if we're able to successfully do this cube root attack, then the encrypted message can be read without the use of the private key. So to determine if a specific message encrypted with an RSA public key can be vulnerable to the cube root attack, there are two conditions that must be met. And in this case, the two conditions are going to be that the exponent, or the E value, used in the public key must be sufficiently small. So if you configure your RSA encryption in an insecure way, such as making this E exponent value very, very small, then that could be a big issue when you're trying to keep your messages private. So the second condition is that the ciphertext, or C, and in turn the plain text M is sufficiently short. So if we're sending a very small message, then this could also be a very bad thing when you're trying to make your message secure. So in a lot of cases, sometimes even if the message is very short and very small, they'll try to pad out the message by adding a bunch of extra information to it to make sure that everything is bigger and thus more secure. So we're going to be using an example over at picoctf to illustrate how we could do these attacks on the RSA crypto system. So let's go ahead and go over to picoctf. So let's go ahead and move over to the website. So this is picoctf, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up a web shell. So the great thing about picoctf is that we can use the web shell when we're solving the challenges, and the web shell is basically a Linux computer that we can use from the internet. So this is what we're going to do. After we've logged into picoctf, we can click on the practice page over here. And then after that, we're going to click on the web shell button over here. If you can't see the web shell button, then you can scroll down a little bit, and then you'll be able to see the web shell button over on the right-hand side. So after that, click on the web shell button. And you should see this message right here. It should say, "Welcome to the picoctf web shell," and then you can see that your name is going to be here. So your username, in my case, is the Shy Hat, and then picoctf, add web shell. And what we want to do is we want to make the web shell nice and big, because right now it's only taking up about half the screen, and we really want it to take up the full screen. So we can make the web shell large by clicking on this button over here. So in the web shell, next to the help button to the right, there's going to be this button over here labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So you can go ahead and click on that. And then the web shell is going to appear in the browser tab, in its own browser tab, nice and big. Kevin Johnson on LinkedIn says, "Hi everyone, RSA cryptography rocks." Yeah, it sure does. Thank you very much for coming by, Kevin Johnson. And let's go ahead and so if for some reason you clicked on the pop out web shell terminal button and it didn't work, what you can do is you can try again. And sometimes it might not work the first time. You might want to try it a few times, and eventually you'll be able to make your web shell terminal nice and big in its own browser tab. So if you manage to make your web shell terminal big, please let us know in the chat by typing in the chat, web shell is big, smiley face. Okay, great. Nice to see, nice to see. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and continue on. So we're going to be doing user V. Okay, I see. Changes to an emoji. That's not a bad thing. And we're going to be doing the RSA challenge. So RSA, I think it's called mini RSA. This one right here. Okay, so this is the link. I'll leave it in the chat. Just in case you were wondering, this is challenge number 73 in the list. Globby Guy on YouTube. Hello, nice to see you here, Globby Guy. So we're just going to be solving a little challenge over here, and this is mini RSA. So what I want you to do is I want you to click on the link, and then that'll take you to the challenge. This is called mini RSA, and we're going to try doing the cube root attack on the RSA system. So this mini RSA challenge here, it's a hard challenge from the cryptography category from the picoctf 2019 event, and the description of the challenge says this. So let's decrypt this ciphertext. Something seems a bit small. Okay, so what we can do is we can highlight the link over here. So there's a link in ciphertext. Go ahead and right-click it, and then select Copy Link. After that, you can go over to your web shell. So in the web shell, you can type wget and then space, and then paste in your file link. So it's going to look like this. Wget space, paste in the file link, and then hit enter, and you should download this file called ciphertext. So after that, you're going to see the ciphertext file in here, and we're going to be inspecting this file in order to do the challenge. So to read the file, I want you to type in cat space ciphertext. When you do that, you're going to see 3 values over here. There's going to be n, which is the key, and then there's going to be e, which is the exponent, and there's going to be c, which is the ciphertext. So the ciphertext, this is the actual message that we need to decrypt. The rest of this is just some information about how the message was encrypted, and we can use this information to decipher the ciphertext over here. So with this information here, we could do a cube root attack, and if the ciphertext is small and if the exponent is small, so if either the exponent or the ciphertext is really, really small, then we could potentially be doing this cryptographic attack. And in this case, the e value over here, this is really small. So it's, yeah, so this value is small, so we can go ahead and we can assume that we could potentially do this cryptographic attack. And I have a little Python script to do the attack, and you can find it over at this link over here. So these are the session notes for today's class. They've got the picoctf link. They've got the walkthrough link over at YouTube, and then we've got our method of solving the challenge. So in this case, we're going to be creating a little Python script called minirsa.py or .py. So we can go ahead and go over to our web shell, and in the web shell, we're going to create the file with nano. So the nano text editor. So you're just going to type in nano and then mini_rsa.py. And that's going to start up the nano text editor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the code for this script. So the code is going to be over at the GitHub page, and we can go ahead, go to the GitHub page, and then there's going to be, under step 2, there's going to be this code over here. So the code, we can copy this. So to copy it, all we need to do is click on this button over here. It's going to copy all the code, and we're just going to go into the web shell again, and we're going to paste in the code. So just right-click and select paste, and this is going to paste in the code. So what is this script doing? We should probably talk about what the script does so that we can understand what's going on. So we can't do the mathematics required to do this cryptographic attack by hand because, well, there's a lot of big numbers and big math. So we're going to be talking about how the script works, and because the script is going to be doing the heavy lifting for us. So the first thing that happens is we import some modules over here, and then we've got the values for what information we have. So we've got the values of n and e and c, and we're going to try to compute the cube root of c. So the cube root of c is going to be the ciphertext over here. So if this is a perfect cube, then we can do the attack. We run a little function over here to figure out if this is a perfect cube, and then if it's a perfect cube, we use the information here, the N and the E, to do the attack. And if it's successful, then we're able to get the plain text for this message from the ciphertext over here. Okay, and let's go ahead and save the file. So we can save the file by doing Control X, and then it's going to ask us if we want to save the modified buffer. The answer is Y for yes. Hit Enter to save the file. So after that, we should have our mini RSA.py file here ready to go. I want you to cat the file, or rather read the file with the cat command over here. So cat mini RSA.py. If you see the code over here when you give the cat command, please let us know by typing in the code is, the code is ready. Smiley face. As usual, if you're having any troubles getting this, if you're having any troubles or if you got stuck at any point, then let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. Okay, great. Let's see. Dark says the next digital forensics. Bope, or BOEWP says the code is ready. Okay, let's go ahead and run the script, and hopefully we can get the flag from the file over here. So just type in Python mini _RSA.py, and it actually gives us the decrypted plain text over here. So this is going to be the M value, or the message value. So this is the plain text value. This is the plain text value in decimal, and this is the plain text value in ASCII text. So here's the thing. The information in ciphertext, in the ciphertext file over here, it's not going to be the same for everybody. So if you're having troubles, and if you try to, well, this might not be your flag, because the flag might be individualized. If you find that the system doesn't accept this flag, you're going to have to go back into the script, and you're going to have to substitute in these numbers over here from your ciphertext file. So your ciphertext file might not be the same as my ciphertext file. The beginning of the flag is going to be the same, but this part of the flag over here might be different. But you know what? Just for fun, I want you to try submitting the flag over here, and if it says that the flag is not the same, then let me know. If the flag isn't the same, it doesn't accept it, you're going to have to substitute in the numbers, your own numbers, from the ciphertext file in order to get it done. So the ciphertext and the N value over here, you might have to put in your own. Okay, so we can go over to picoctf. We can submit the flag. Oh, that's not the flag. It's not the flag at all. Let's go back. Here it is. Paste it in, submit the flag. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how exactly we can do some encryption of our own if we wanted to do this inside of Linux. So on Linux, you can encrypt messages using RSA as well, and you would do so using the OpenSSL program. So let's talk a little bit about how we would do this. So we would give a command kind of like this. So OpenSSL. And then the first step is we're going to create a private key of our own. So we're going to generate the private key, and we're going to specify that the algorithm is going to be RSA. And we're going to create a key called private key.pem. And we're going to give some options over here. we're going to make sure that this is an RSA key that's created using 2048 bits. Okay, so it creates a private key for us. So if we have a private key, then we could start, well, first of all, we could get a public key from this as well, and then we can start encrypting some messages. So I'll just leave the command that I used right now over in the chat, and you can try out this command yourself. It's going to create a file called privatekey.pem. So privatekey.pem is, if we use the file command on it, so this is, it says this is ASCII text. If we read the private key, so this is the private key over here. It's been encoded using, well, it's been encoded using base64. So what we could do, if we really wanted to, is we could decode this using base64 as well. So just for fun, let's try decoding this from base64. And remember that base64 is a very common, oh, that didn't work. Okay, you know what? Maybe we can do this. So we're just going to base64 decode the private key.pem like this. So it says base64 invalid input. Okay, you know, I really want to try decoding this. Okay, I'm going to copy all of this. So you can do this yourself. You can just copy from the start of the thing up until the end, but before the end private key over here. So I'm just going to copy this, and we can go to a website on the internet. There's lots of websites that are going to decode base64. So just type in the search box base64 decode, and there's a website called base64 decode. You just paste in your information here, click on decode, and what does it? So this isn't. It looks like this information isn't meant for us to look at, but it's meant for the computer program to look at, because they've got a bunch of unreadable stuff. Dark says echo code base64 decode. That's correct. That is correct. The problem is that it's a bit tricky to do inside the terminal, because there's all sorts of line breaks and stuff. Okay, so, oh, this isn't the right place. We should be in the web shell. Okay. So now that we've created our private key over here, we can actually get a public key. We can extract it from the private key, and this is the command we're going to use. So we're still using OpenSSL. We're going to do public key out, and we're going to get it from the private key.pem file. We're going to output public key.pem. Okay, and then after that, we've got a public key. So what's in the public key? Let's try reading it. So this is another base64 encoded key. Okay, so with the public key and the private key, we can start encoding some messages. And you know what? I forgot to give you guys this this command over here. So this is going to be the command that is going to create the public key. So Dark on YouTube says random. Volcano says 4 keys. Are you able to decode them easier? So this is the thing. We're going to be feeding the public key and the private key to the OpenSSL program. And the OpenSSL program is going to do the encryption and the decryption for us. But the first thing we need to do before we can encrypt and decrypt our messages is we need to create these keys. So we just did that with the previous 2 commands that we did. And we created these 2 files. So Oh, I made an extra file here. Okay, so you should have a private key.pem file and a public key.pem file. And the next thing we need to do is we need to, oh, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Marwin K1, thank you. And let's see. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to encrypt a secret message using these keys over here. So what I want you to do is you can create any message you want to, and maybe we can do nano space message.txt. So this is going to bring us into the nano text editor. When we're in the nano text editor, we could create any message we want. So in here, I'm going to create a message. It's going to be HackerFrogs rule, hack the planet. What else is something that hackers like to say? Leet is an awesome number. Okay, so type whatever message you want, and then we're going to save the file. To save the file, do Control X, save modify buffer, press Y for yes, hit enter to confirm, and we should have a message.txt file now that has whatever message you created in it using the nano text editor. We're going to encrypt this message using our public key and our private key, and then we're going to decrypt the message as well. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do the following command to encrypt the message. So it's OpenSSL pkey utility encrypt in file is going to be message.txt, and we're going to provide the public key, and the public key is going to be public key.pmem. We're going to output a file called encrypted.bin, bin for binary file. Okay, so here's the command here. I'll give it to everybody else. Okay, so after we do that command, we're going to have an encrypted.bin file in here. So encrypted.bin, this is the encrypted file. If we run the file command on it, it just says there's data in here. It doesn't actually know this is an encrypted message. And if we try to read the file using the cat command, we're not going to be able to figure out what this is. The reason why is because this has been turned into binary data, which is data that we can't read by default. So if you were to receive a file like this, you wouldn't know right away that this is an encrypted message. So what you want to do is you want to decrypt the message, and we can decrypt the message with the following command here. Okay, so Dark, nice to see that you're having fun. Okay, so the message, the way to decrypt the message is we're still using the OpenSSL program. So this time it's going to be OpenSSL, and then pkey utilities, and then decrypt. We're going to put in the encrypted.binary file. We're going to provide the key. So it's going to be private key, and we're going to output the decrypted, we're going to call it decrypted.txt. So let's run this, and let me give the command to everybody so you can try it out yourself. Okay, so we've got a bunch of files in here. We created a bunch of them. And we've got encrypted we've got decrypted.txt here. So if you were to read decrypted.txt using the cat command, then we get the original message over here. So remember, we created the message over here in message.txt. Then we encrypted it and created a file called encrypted.bin. And then finally, we decrypted the message and we created a file called decrypted.txt. So if you manage to successfully do that, and you manage to decrypt the message and get your original message back, let us know in the chat by typing in I encrypted using RSA, smiley face. You know, just for fun, maybe not just for fun, but I should probably include these in these instructions in the GitHub file. So let me just edit this really quick. Okay, so let's see. This section we'll call encrypting using RSA in Linux. And then let me just type in my commands. What were my commands? Just a second. So the first thing you need to do is you need to create actually, it's going to take a bit of time. Maybe I don't want to make everybody wait here. I'll do that after the class is over. Okay, but anyways, let me go ahead and save this out. Okay, so here's another thing we could do. We could also try doing some encryption using the XOR operation. Anyways, there's a there's a ad going on Twitch and YouTube right now. So I'm going to run an ad on YouTube, and we're just going to take a minute and have a little water break. So if you need to get up and stretch, use the washroom, have some water, that you can do that right now. We'll be back in about a minute. But in the meantime, you can check out this this bird bath over here. Enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute. Oh, that's not a bird bath. Hold on, that's a cat. Let me put on the right one instead. Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I love these little American robins because they always look so they always look so serious. They always have a very serious look on their face. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's continue on. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so another thing we could do is we could try doing some XOR operations to conceal some messages as well. So we covered XOR in the previous class, and I've got a little script over here that we could use for XOR. Let me go ahead and grab that. So XOR is another concept we're going to run into a lot when we do cryptography, and this is the link for the script. I think we used this one last class as well. So what I want you to do is I want you to go over to this file here, and I want you to copy the file. You can copy the file by clicking on this button over here. So the button is to squares that look like they're on top of each other, and it's labeled copy raw file. So if you click on that, you can go back. After you do that, you can go back to the web shell, and in the web shell, you're going to create a file called zor. Well, let's call it frogzor. frogzor.py. So we're going to get into the nanotext editor. We're going to paste in our code, and we're going to, inside the code here, the code basically encrypts or does an XOR operation between two strings. So we got the message bytes over here, and the message bytes is basically the information we're going to start with, and the key bytes is going to be the key that we're going to be XORing with. So the last time we took a look at this, we figured out that if the key is short, then if we get the ciphertext, we could potentially figure out what the key is by taking the ciphertext and doing an XOR with the message bytes over here. Sorry, the ciphertext and then XOR with what we suspect might be in the message. So in this case, let's go ahead and try making a message. So the message bytes, we're going to do, well, we could do any message we want in between these double quotes here. So HackerFrogs rule, and this is a secret message. Okay, just like this. So for the key, if we wanted to make a secure key, we have to make sure that the length of the message over here and the length of the key is about the same. So the only reason why we were able to get the key back from the message over here in the last class is because the key was really short. So this is something that we need to be careful of when we're doing the XOR encryption. So we can change the key bytes. We can make it something really long. And in fact, if we, I don't know, how many characters is this? I'm going to guess this is 10, this is 20, this is 30, maybe this is 40 characters long. And so for the key bytes, we're just going to do 1 to 40. So that's 10, that's 20, that's 30, that's 40. So definitely don't do something like this for if you're actually creating a secret message, because this is kind of predictable right here. But anyways, okay, so let's go ahead and let's see. We're doing a XOR between the ciphertext and the partial plain text. In this case, the partial plain text, let's go ahead and change this. Let's change this to the key bytes. Actually, wait, which one should we do? Bhouse, I see you, and we'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. Okay, so the partial plain text, well, in this case, we know, let's just pretend that we know that the word HackerFrogs is going to be at the beginning of the message, right? So for the partial plain text, we can put in HackerFrogs. So HackerFrogs, we're just going to include this as the partial plain text. Remember that if we need to give bytes in this case, so we need to make sure that each one of our little strings here is going to be have a B at the beginning before the double quotes. Okay, we can go ahead and save that out, and we can run the script. So the script is frogzor.py. So just run python space frogzor.py. Okay, so it says here the ciphertext hex string is this. And the bytes that come out here is, we know that there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. You know what? This is still insecure. I'm sorry. This is actually still insecure. Hmm. That's interesting. I think what we can do is from here. So I accidentally made an insecure key one more time. We can go back into frogzor.py, and if we go back in here, so we know the partial plaintext. Instead of the partial plaintext, we're just going to put in the key that we know. So the key that we know was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. So this is actually a repeating key. And if we just put in here for the partial plaintext, well, this isn't going to be plaintext, this is going to be the key. We're just going to guess that it's this, because we did the XOR operation between this and this. So we're going to save it, and then we're going to run it again. So we were actually able to get most of the message because we were able to guess at the partial key over here. So that's that's interesting. Okay, so before we finish out today, let's talk a little bit about what we learned in today's class. So back here, so we talked about an introduction to the RSA cryptography system. So this is so RSA basically stands for the people who created the system. So that's going to be Revest, Shamir, and Edelman. And this is a public key crypto system. So if you remember, in a public key crypto system, each person who's going to be sending messages using the system, they're going to need a private key and a public key. Dark says, flag RSA makes my brain crash. I think if you were to play around with RSA some more, it'll become easier after a while. I'm not an expert in RSA by any means, but we have to understand a little bit about it because it comes up a lot when we're talking about cryptography and when we're talking about cybersecurity stuff in general. So we're talking about the RSA hacking, the cube root attack. Although RSA is considered secure, it can be hacked if it's used with insecure settings. So this is actually something you're going to see a lot in cybersecurity, because in cybersecurity, people will have something that's already secure, but they'll mess around with it, and when they're messing around with it, they'll make it insecure. And this is it's something that happens a lot. Anyways, so one such attack that could be used against the RSA system is the cube root attack. So in this case, because one of the values that is used to create the keys was very, very small and very, very predictable, we could do this attack. So what's next? So this is the end of our HackerFrogs After School Cryptography course, but tune in next time when we're starting a new course on network hacking. So next class, we're going to be covering a new topic. It's going to be network hacking, and this is my favorite thing. So we're going to be exploring around networks. We're going to be talking about how networks work, and we're going to be talking about doing some hacking against these network environments. So this is actually kind of related to something we're going to be doing next today after in the next hour of today's stream. And we're going to be taking a look at this website over here because they've got a bunch of little lessons that teach you about about computer networking. And let me just leave the link for this. Bope says, what if the n is a small number and the exponent is a big number? Is it still insecure? So the n is always going to be a really big number. You can't really have a circumstance where the n is a small number. And let's see. User V says, is computer networking like how people talk online? So computer networking is basically the foundation of the internet and how everybody communicates with each other online. Because computer networking is all about computers that are connected together. And because computers are connected together, there's a bunch of systems in place that talk about that. For example, we can talk about like an IP address, and IP addresses are basically how devices on the internet find each other. And we can talk about the DNS system, which basically is like the phone book for the internet. And it lets you know that google.com has this IP address. And if you want to contact google.com, you have to contact it using this IP address, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a lot of stuff here on these in these little lessons here over at HackingHub. And if you don't have an account over at HackingHub, you can go ahead and make one. You don't have to pay anything to make the account, and you can get a little precursor for what we're going to be covering in our computer networking and attacking course. when I say attacking, well, we're going to be learning about computer networking. We're not necessarily going to be attacking anything, at least not in the first few lessons. The first few lessons are basically going to be talking about what computer networking is and how to use computer networks in a regular way. Because if you can't use the services in a regular way, you're not going to be able to do hacking instead. Because hacking is all about understanding a system, and after you understand the system, then you can potentially hack the system. Okay, so everybody, we're going to be finishing up our lesson over on Zoom, and for everybody on Twitch and YouTube, we're going to be taking a little break, and after a few minutes, we're going to come back, and we're going to be taking a look at these networking lessons. Okay, so for everybody on YouTube, we're going to be back in a couple minutes. Please enjoy the music and enjoy the Be Right Back screen. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, everybody, we're back. So let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to be doing in the next hour or so. So let's go over here. If anybody's wondering, we always publish our stream schedule on Reddit. So the stream schedule for this week is going to be over here, and this is week 23. We've already done 23 weeks of 2025. It's kind of crazy to imagine. I think, are we past the halfway point? The halfway point is going to be 52. So 52 minus 52 is going to be 25, 26. So in about 2 weeks, we're going to come to the halfway point of 2025. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, let's talk about what we're going to be doing in the next hour or so. So we're going to be taking a look over at HackingHub.io. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this site here. And the site is actually a very good site for learning about cybersecurity stuff in general. And it's something that I discovered in the last couple weeks. We're going to be taking a look at the security precursor module over here. And it basically teaches you about computer networking and about different concepts for internet and basically how computers communicate with each other. So that's going to be in the next hour, and in the hour after that, we're going to be doing a little demo of Baba Is You, which is a really fun puzzle game. And then after that, we're going to be rolling on into our challenge for today, which is another machine from Dockerlabs.es. So please look forward to that. Let's go ahead and start the next section of today's stream. So over here, if you don't have an account over at HackingHub.io, you can make one. It's free. It's a very good platform, and if you don't want to pay for the services over there, you can absolutely learn a ton by taking a look at the stuff that's already there. So this is the security precursor module. There's about there are 8 different little hubs, they call them. They're basically little lessons. And let's go ahead and take a look at them to see what we can learn from this module here. So all of the topics over here, they're basically stuff you should be learning before you learn about cybersecurity. So they're topics like what is the internet, what is an IP address, what is DNS, ports and services, how websites work, front-end versus back-end, web application infrastructure, and making requests. So we'll try to move through them quickly and see if there's some good information here. If you want, you can go back here after the stream is over and take a look at this yourself. But let's go ahead and access this first one over here. So what is this? So what is the Internet, World Wide Web? Sometimes people use the terms Internet and World Wide Web interchangeably, but they're in fact different. The Internet is basically a vast collection of connected networks that span the majority of the world. So the Internet is all of the interconnected computers all around the world that are all part of the same network. Saibi says, got cooked for the final tomorrow on communication protocols. Saibi, you sound like you are doing some sort of computer science related stuff. Let us know if that is true. And you know what? We've got some new redemptions. So video redemptions on the stream. Let's show one of them off right now. So my good friend GX000 has been requesting this for a really long time. These are the Budweiser frogs. If you saw that commercial when it was airing live on TV, then congratulations, you're really old. Because I'm pretty sure that that commercial was from the 1980s. Anyways, okay. So the World Wide Web, or just the web for short, these are websites, just like this one, that are accessed over the internet using your browser and provided using the web servers. More on this later. So the World Wide Web is a bunch of websites that are accessed using the internet. The internet is actually a bunch of interconnected computers. So when we talk about computer networks, what is a network? You'll more than likely have a mini network at home consisting of at least a router for connecting to the internet and your computer laptop, and it could also include network-capable devices such as phones, tablets, smart TVs, printers, smart lights, a smart speaker, and more, all capable of talking to each other, and the internet, usually connected with a network cable and more commonly via Wi-Fi. This type of network is commonly called a LAN, or local area network. So most people here, they're going to have a local area network that is connected to their router. And the router basically gives an internal IP address to all the machines that are connected to it. And it's this router that is actually connected to the internet. So the devices here, they're going to communicate with the internet, but they have to do so through this router over here. Diva says, calling someone born in the 80s really old is kind of mean. It's a little mean, sure, but I'm also in that category, so I'm also really old. So as long as I'm making fun of myself, then maybe that's okay. If you don't want to be called old, I will not be calling you old. Sorry for that. Saibi says, how much can you tell me about DNS in 2 minutes before I go to sleep? How much can I tell you about DNS in 2 minutes? Not very much. But, we will be going over the DNS section in just a little bit. Probably after this one. Malted Weedy says, hello everybody, how are we doing today? Okay. So the other type is called a WAN, or wide area network, which is a bunch of connected networks such as the one you might find at your school or place of work. Technically, the internet is classified as a WAN. It's a vast collection of connected networks. So through the development of networks, there have been various types of layouts, technically known as topologies. Each topology has its pros and cons. So here's the thing. It looks like the stuff that's covered in these modules over here, they're covered in the A+ learning materials. So if you're wondering what A+ is, it's a certification that's put out by CompTIA. So CompTIA is a famous training company, I guess. So CompTIA A+. So the A+ certification, it's an industry standard for learning about technology. And I'll just leave the link over here. Oh, that's a really ugly link. Let me get a nicer looking link. All these Google links always look so ugly. Anyways. Diva says, I don't think you're really old. My grandma is really old. Yeah, there are people older than us. Sure. Saibu says, alright, you might be my savior because it's the only chapter I couldn't touch, other than ancient stuff like HDLC and sliding window protocols. Globby Guy says, what school do you teach for? I don't officially teach for any school, but I'm trying to help people get into cybersecurity and technology in general. I think it's really cool, and if you want to make a career out of it, I guess this is something that you're going to need to learn anyways. I'm just trying to figure out if this material over here is good for teaching in any of my classes. Modder says, hi Shai, how are you doing now? I started my Portswigger learning, but I'm doing THM. I'm happy with watching your stream while doing my studies. Yeah, if you want to keep me on in the background, then I appreciate that. So, okay. So they talk about different topologies over here, and basically, let's see, each topology has its pros and cons, but what has been the most common network for, say, the past 15 or 20 years has been the star topology, although mesh is making a comeback via Wi-Fi technology. So the star topology is where all the devices are connected to each other through one central place, although technically speaking there can be multiple central places that are connected to each other. So I think in this case, this is kind of a star topology where the router is connected to all these devices, and the devices don't necessarily have connection to each other, but they're all connected through the router in this case. Okay, so let's see. Extending your network. You can connect multiple networks using a router. It makes it possible for us to communicate with a device on the other side of the world, passing through numerous networks in a matter of milliseconds. For example, your home network connects to the rest of the internet through your router using an ISP. So a lot of people don't understand that they use their ISP, or their internet service provider, to get access to the internet. And without the ISP, and their router is connected to the ISP, you can't access the internet. So this is how it works at home. Let's see. Globby Guy says, I do like watching your streams. This is the first time I got in it from the beginning of the stream. And yeah, welcome, Globby Guy. And Deefa says, I like how you change your background from time to time. What's the QR code? So the QR code is my YouTube site. So I want more people to subscribe to the YouTube, and the QR code makes people curious. So when they scan it, they'll be taken to the YouTube site. Maybe they'll subscribe, maybe they won't. Not sure, but it's a way to get people engaged. Okay, so we've got some questions over here. So let's see. Use the above lesson to answer the questions over here. So what does WAN stand for? If you know what WAN stands for, I'll give you a second to type it into the chat. Otherwise, in just a couple moments, I'll be typing it in. So WAN is something area network. BOPE is correct. It's wide area network. Wide area network. Area incorrect. What? It's 4 letters, 4 letters. Wide. Maybe I need to make it capitalized. Did that go through? It says answer is incorrect. Okay, so let's see. One more time. Wide area network. I'm going to copy and paste this. Paste it in, submit. It still says answer is incorrect. They're trolling us, okay. Alright, anyways, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we might as well play one on YouTube as well. And let's do the other bird bath. So this bird bath here, it's actually being used. Oh wait. Well, you know what? I'll let you watch the robin have a little bath again, because this is a pretty good video. Okay, so I see your messages on YouTube. Well, I'll talk about it after the ad break is over. Bope says, literally me. The reason why birds have to be very careful when they're taking a bath is because if they get their feathers wet, they can't fly as fast. They can't fly as fast as they could if their feathers were dry. They need to be very careful about predators. So they're always looking around, making sure that there are no cats or other birds that might come around and eat them. And even something like a squirrel can be really... Oh man, it's making such a big mess. Anyways, let's put the birds away. This is an American robin. It's one of my favorite birds. They're very, very cute. Okay, so wide area network. For some reason, it doesn't want to accept this answer. Oh, am I not logged in? Oh, I need to sign in. Okay, let me sign in first. Okay, so let's do wide area network now. Okay, answer is correct. Great. What can be used to connect network devices? So they talked about one specific networking device in this lesson here, and it's actually pretty common. That's going to be a router. That's correct. So the router can be used to connect the network devices. What can be used to connect network? Oh, what is used to connect the network devices? Okay, it's not a device. It's let's see. Are they talking about Ethernet or a switch? Yeah, that's probably a switch. Okay, and what device is used to connect networks? I think we're talking about a router in this case. Okay, great. Okay, we can move on to the next section now. So let's go back. And the next one is, what is an IP address? So to everybody who has been wondering what these IP addresses are, there's actually a little bit more to know about IP addresses than just that they're a series of 4 numbers. Okay, so what is an IP address? So IP addresses are used to locate and talk to other devices on your own and remote networks. There are 2 versions of the IP address system. There's IP version 4, otherwise called IPv4, and IP version 6, which is called IPv6. So this lesson is going to cover IPv4 because IPv6 is not very popular at the moment. So most people are still using IPv4, but in the future, IPv6 might be used, and this will probably talk about IPv6 a little bit later. Okay, so Deefa says, how do you connect network devices with only a switch? A switch is a device on its own. I think I think the materials there are not literal, but I think to connect the devices you would probably use something like an Ethernet cord. Either an Ethernet cord or a Wi-Fi signal, and that's how you're going to connect one device to another. Anyways, so IPv4 addresses contain 4 blocks of numbers ranging from 0 to 255, separated by decimal points. For example, you've got this IP address right here, 192.168.1.1. So there are 2 different types of IP addresses. There's public, there's private, and there's public ones. So one thing we have to understand when we're dealing with our local area networks or our private networks is that they use private IP addresses. And private IP addresses are reserved for devices on a private network or LAN, such as your home network, and cannot be directly accessed by other devices on the internet. The following table shows the private IP address ranges and the number of devices that they can support. So you'll see these very commonly on your own network. So these ones are very common. So the 192.168 IP range is very normal, and this supports 65,000 devices, or addresses rather. You also have this even larger private IP range, which is the 172.16 range, and this is going to support 1 million devices. Roughly 1 million devices. And you've got the 10 dot range over here, and that's going to support 16 million addresses. So the difference here is kind of big. You basically want to make sure that you're using the correct range depending on the number of devices that you're expecting to connect to the network. So typically you find that your home internet router comes with the IP address of 192.168 or 192.168 in either the .1.1 or the .0.1, which falls into the smallest range of private IP addresses. You'd only usually find the 10.0.0.0 range IP addresses in institutions like education or government, but you'd be free to use this for your home network if you wish. Okay. So public IP addresses. So these are the IP addresses that you use on the internet, and they're the opposite of private, and they're used by devices that reside on the internet and can be accessed by anybody with an internet connection. Public IP addresses are used, for example, to host websites that you can connect to from your device. So when your internet router connects to the internet, it is assigned a public IP address from your internet service provider. So when you use a router that is provided by your internet service provider, they're going to assign you an IP address. And the IP address, well, it can be used to get a rough idea of where you're located in the world. So if you have somebody's IP address, you could look it up, and you might be able to figure out what country the IP address is valid for, and maybe even the city, or maybe even the neighborhood. So this is how people used to be able to dox each other by grabbing their IP addresses. So how do IP addresses talk to each other? On the local network, as well as having an IP address, devices also have a unique hardware address. So this is known as a MAC address. So the MAC address is essential for the devices to talk to each other. The format of a MAC address looks like the following. So this is going to be a bunch of hex numbers. So we've got the first 2 hex numbers are going to be the manufacturer ID for, the first 3. So these first 3, this is going to be the manufacturer's ID for the device, and this is going to be the unique ID here. So how many numbers is this? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6 numbers. Okay. So the first 3 blocks of characters represent the manufacturer of the device. In the above example, the device is Apple. And the last 3 are random numbers that should be unique to the device. Glymex says, yo, hello. Glymex, nice to see you here. And let's go ahead and give you a fun video redeem. How about, does anybody know this game? Let me know if you know this game.
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. You want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
So, like I said, if you know the game, let us know in chat. Blue says it's Black Ops. That's correct. That is Call of Duty Black Ops. So if the IP address is going to be this, and we want to talk to this other device over here, we would first have to send out an ARP, which is an Address Resolution Protocol request. This request would get sent to every device on the network. Once the device with the IP address of this receives the request, it would send back an ARP reply message by saying that this has a hardware address of this over here. Now the communication can commence. Once the devices have received an ARP reply message, they don't need to keep on asking for the MAC address, as the computer keeps it on a local database called an ARP cache. So let's take a look over here. Tosh says, Glymex says BO1, so Black Ops 1, yeah, and Black Ops Call of Duty, yeah. Oracle Raider says, but doesn't that method not work anymore, considering that a lot of addresses are being repeated? So are we talking about private IP ranges, or are we talking about public IP ranges? I'm pretty sure that on public IP ranges, you're not going to repeat IP addresses. You're not going to have repeat numbers of IP addresses. And if for some reason on a private network you have 2 devices with the same IP address, then the devices are going to have a really bad time. Public. I don't think... Okay, are you talking about the MAC address? Because the MAC address is going to be unique because, well, the first three blocks over here, this is for the manufacturer ID. This should be unique. And I'm pretty sure through 3 hex digits over here, we could have, well, the combination is pretty big. Oracle Raider says, I think like IPv6 is supposed to solve the IPv4 address shortage. I think with network address translation, the IPv4 address space is going to last a lot longer than everybody expected it would have. I'm not too sure when the IPv4 address space is going to run out, but it's probably not going to be for another couple of decades. That's my guess. Oracle Raider says, since not all 4 billion people on Earth can have a unique IPv4. Tosh says, MAC addresses can't be changed, while an IP address can be changed, though, via VPN. Okay, yes, some countries do share IP addresses. And let's see, Magic User says, doesn't the DHCP protocol handle randomizing available public IPs? ITsec guy, but network noob here. I think DHCP is in charge of handing out IP addresses, but I'm not too sure how it works out on public IP ranges. I'm guessing that your internet service provider probably has a system for that. But as far as like a private network is concerned, it's usually not going to be. Well, I haven't encountered issues with DHCP and running out of addresses, but I'm sure it could happen. GradXT says, "Hi everybody. Some cloud providers require payment for IPv4 and only give IPv6 for free." That's interesting. That's interesting to know, because I've never really dealt with cloud providers too much. So this isn't really something I know too much about. But thank you very much for letting us know about that, GradXT. Okay, so this is the flow chart over here. So the device sends an ARP request to find the hardware address of the IP it wants to talk to. So this device right here, it sends it over to the router, and then number 2, the switch forwards it's a switch. It forwards the request to all the devices on the network. So the ARP request comes in from this device, and then it gets sent out to all the other devices. So number 3, the correct device replies to the original device with its hardware address, and the 2 devices can start communicating. But what if the device you want to talk to is on a different network or on the internet? The request would be sent to the default gateway, so better known as your router. After this, the router can locate where the request needs to be sent to. And let's see what else is in chat. Let's see, some network cards, perhaps many of them, can change it with a setting. Might be built in with the privacy MAC option. Blue says, "Hello from YouTube, Grout and everyone here. And it's nice to see that people on YouTube, on Twitch, can communicate with each other, because we all have one shared chat and relaying with the Restream bot." Anyways, okay, so what were we talking about? After this, the router can locate where the request needs to be sent to. As the device on the internet cannot reply directly back to you as you only have a private IP address, the internet device instead sends it back to your router's public IP address, which then forwards the request back to you, a process known as NAT. So NAT is Network Address Translation, and your device knows whether an IP address resides on the local or remote network by using its subnet mask. A subnet address is a little bit out of scope in this lesson, but you can learn more about it here. So they've got a little YouTube link. When you connect your device via network cable or Wi-Fi to a network, you are assigned an IP address, subnet mask, gateway address, and more than likely a DNS server address. So we're going to be talking about DNS in the next lesson. The mechanism used to achieve this is called DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, and is built in and pre-configured to most home internet routers. So let's go ahead and answer the questions. Tosh says, possible, but it will start to have issues with networks and slow it down. I've got to say that I'm not a really big network person. I just learned about enough network stuff to pass the A+ certification, and I really should get around to doing my Network Plus education as well. Okay, so the first question is, what type of IP addresses? What type of IP addresses reside on the internet? So there were public and private, and the internet is public. Magic User says, well, at least I learned DHCP protocol is redundant. I wouldn't say it's redundant, but let's see. What protocol is used to discover the hardware address of an IP? So, Address Resolution Protocol, otherwise known as ARP, that's used to discover the hardware address. Okay, and what protocol is used on networks to assign IP addresses? So it is over here. There's a mechanism called Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, DHCP. So Oracle Raider asks, do you think red team roles need to know networking really well? I say that, I mean, if you want to do stuff on the network, you have to understand a little bit about how it works. You definitely don't need to be an expert on computer networking to work as a red teamer or as a pen tester, but you do need to know some basics of how computer networking works. So stuff like little education modules like this are pretty good for doing that. Let's take a look at the next lesson. So the next lesson is, what is DNS? So DNS is a pretty complicated topic, but we'll see what's going on inside this lesson here. Okay, so what is DNS? So as you learned in the previous lesson, devices talk to each other using their IP addresses. But the problem is that these IP addresses aren't very memorable and could change over time. So for example, instead of accessing HackingHub by going to the IP address this, you instead type the domain name app.hackinghub.io, which gets translated to the correct IP address using its DNS records. So we should talk about this. What is a domain name? Firstly, let's confirm what a domain name is. Anybody can pay a nominal fee and register their own domain name. There are 3 different types of domain names that can be registered. So first of all, there are top-level domains, which are TLDs. These are domain names that you can recognize, such as .com, .net, .org, etc. However, later on, more TLDs were added to cover domain shortages. So these include lesser-known top-level domains such as .biz, .club, .job, .ninja, etc. So you can you can buy, well, I wouldn't say any top-level domain these days, but there is a lot more variety as far as the domains are concerned. Okay, so Grout says, I guess I could fill up the ARP table and dish out more IPs than actual devices, but I haven't seen it to be too big of an issue, especially since IPs are short-lived on public Wi-Fi anyways, where it's more likely to be a problem. .ninja, yeah. I mean, if you want to create a cool website, you could probably buy like a .ninja domain. So we also have country code top-level domains. So these are CCTLDs. These domain names are geographically based, such as .co.uk for the UK, .fr for French domains, .au for Australians, etc. Even if you don't reside in those countries, you can usually register the domains anyways. And we got sponsored top-level domains, or STLDs. These are domains that are more restricted and can only be registered by institutions. These include domains such as .edu, .gov, .mil, etc. So these are top-level domains, TLDs, and then there are subdomains. So this is something that, I didn't understand subdomains very well when I first started learning about cybersecurity, but I learned what subdomains are later. So once you've registered a domain name, you can create an unlimited amount of subdomains. A subdomain is any text which sits before the domain name and is separated with a period. A subdomain can also be referred to as a label. I've never heard of this term label before, but I do know subdomains. GradXT says, as a side effect, some oddball TLDs are more likely to be abused for malware. Probably because they're the cheapest ones that nobody wants. I think, yeah, people who want to use a domain to host malware probably don't want to pay a lot of money, so they'll probably buy up some cheap top-level domains. Okay, so over here it says subdomains can be made up of characters A to Z, 0 to 9, and hyphens, and can be a maximum of 63 characters. Subdomains can also have subdomains, but the total size of the whole domain cannot exceed 253 characters. So usually subdomains having a maximum length, this is something that's going to come up. But the total subdomains not exceeding 253 characters, I didn't really know about this before. So today I learned something. So how does it work? When you request a website, quite a few things happen in the background to get the IP address. Number 1, your computer checks its local databases to see if you already requested it. Number 2, if your computer doesn't have the answer, you'll then need to make a request to the DNS server specified in your IP settings. This is usually your internet service provider's DNS server. If anyone using the same ISP as you has also recently requested that address, the ISP will have a record of it and return it to you straight away. 3. If nothing is found, the ISP DNS server needs to communicate with the domain name's name server that you're requesting. It does this by talking to the internet's root domain servers, which point the ISP to the correct name server for the domain. I think the internet has something like 7 or 8. I don't remember how many like main root DNS servers there are on the internet. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 to 16. GradXT says, fun fact, might be mentioned here later, domains can contain any Unicode characters via a puny code translation. In the backend, it's still ASCII though. I haven't seen any weird Unicode characters in domain names, but well, I mean, maybe. I've never seen it though. Okay, let's go ahead and put on some new music. How about some Shadowrun returns rather. Okay, Globby Guy says there are 13 root DNS servers in the world. Okay. So GradXT says it's more common in foreign countries that don't use Latin script. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The thing is that the internet, computer networking and like programming, most computer stuff assumes that people know how to interpret English. It's a bit unfair, but I guess because all this stuff was developed in English first, then people kind of use English as the default to do computer stuff. Okay, so sorry, let me turn down the music a little bit. Anyways. Okay, number 4. The ISP then connects the name server for the domain and requests the record for the domain. The name server replies and the result is sent to the client, and now the client can communicate with the domain. So basically, it's all about asking what the IP address is for a certain domain. So we start at the local computer level, and if you have the IP for a domain, it's going to stay cached, I think. It's going to stay in the anyways, I'm not completely sure, but I'm pretty sure the your internet browser is going to cache these DNS records for at least a little while, so that you can access the domain without having to get the IP address for the domain over and over again. But if that's not the case, then you will slowly reach out to first your ISP, and then to the main DNS servers to get the result, and then you can communicate with the domain that you want to. So there's DNS record types. Okay, now the music's too soft. Okay. So DNS servers host multiple record types. We wanted to exchange a domain name for an IPv4 address, and the above example known as an A record. So check out the below table to see other DNS record types. We've got the A record here, so the A type, and this is the record type that contains an IPv4 response, such as 1234. So these are basically IP addresses. There's also the quadruple A type, and this record type contains an IPv6 response for hosts that support IPv6. So the A type is for IPv4, and the quadruple A is for IPv6. So there's also the MX type, and this record advises the address of the server that handles the domain's email. So MX are mail servers, so they contain the addresses for mail servers. And then there's the CNAME type. The CNAME type points us to another DNS record. For example, if we have a shop hosted by Shopify, we might have the address shop.hackinghub.io, which points to shops.myshopify. Oh, okay. So it's basically like a redirection in this case. Josh says ISPs ISPs are no good. Use a protected VPN always. Well, I mean, you could do it that way. All right, so the CNAME type is basically a redirection from one DNS record to another DNS record. So shop.hackinghub.io could be actually shops.myshopify.com. So there's an NS type. This record advises the addresses of the name servers to a domain. The addresses of the name servers for a domain. A subdomain might handle its own DNS records, so it's useful. This is a useful record to point to other servers. So NS is for name servers for the domain. We got TXTs, and these types contain textual information and can be used for multiple reasons. Some common ones are providing confirmation that you are the owner, that you have ownership over the domain for the third-party services, or the prevention of spam email. So TXT is basically, they could contain any text information, and in CTF exercises, you actually come across these text entries for DNS, and they'll contain flags and stuff like that. Okay, the last thing is the PTR type. So a PTR record is like a reverse lookup for IP addresses. So you can search for an IP address and find the domain name which is associated with it. PTR record, huh? Reverse lookup for IP addresses. You search for the IP address and find the domain name which is associated with it. Oh, okay. So instead of looking for a domain name, you're looking for an IP address. So, and when you do so, you'll find the domain name that's associated with it. Interesting. I didn't really know too much about this type over here. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so they're on YouTube as well. And enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute or so. So GradXT brings up a very good point. We'll talk about GradXT's example in just a little bit. Just need to wait up the ads for another 30 seconds or so. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to this. Okay, what are we talking about? So GradXT says Punycode has been used for phishing as well as lookalike characters. Think of using the Greek alphabets A instead of A, or the alpha in the Greek alphabet instead of A. A lot of reputable registrars could have protection against it now. So yeah, so that's a fair point. Not to talk about it too much, but there's a lot of lookalike characters in Unicode. So Unicode character lookalikes. So you can already see this right here. There are characters that look like other characters, and they can be used. Well, they can be used for phishing or for spoofing other domains. And let's take a look at this real quick. So the original character A, there are a bunch of lookalikes. So this one right here in particular for A is well, this stuff is kind of diabolical. So it looks like most of these characters have something that looks almost exactly the same, but they're not. They're not the same character, and they can be used in spoofing attacks. If you want to take a look at this article here, I'll just leave the link. That is very sneaky. Okay, let's go back. So we've got some questions over here. So what type of domain is a .gov? So a .gov is a... Well, it's a... What is that thing called again? Hold on. So let's see. .gov is a sponsored top-level domain. So the answer is sponsored. Okay. What is the maximum length of a subdomain? So I just happen to remember the maximum length for a subdomain is 63 characters. I'm not exactly... Well, I guess it's one less than 64. All of these tricky number questions are usually multiples of 8. So what type of DNS records support IPv6 addresses? So this is going to be the quadruple A record type. What type of DNS record can contain textual information? So that's pretty easy. It's going to be a TXT. And the last one is what type of DNS records points to another domain name? So it points to another domain name. What was that again? That was the CNAME. Yeah. CNAME. Okay, let's submit that. And we're done. Okay, let's move on to the next section here. So I'm just trying to figure out how well the stuff that they're trying to teach in the security precursor module here is. And it's been pretty good so far. It hasn't been like the one thing that I would be kind of concerned about is if these individual little hubs are overtly long. They don't seem to be so far, which is nice. So we got ports and services. So let's take a look at this one. Shouldn't be very long. Oracle Writer says, is HackingHub free or is it paid? So there are paid portions of the website, but there's a lot of stuff on HackingHub that's free. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt you to take a look at it because, well, it's mostly free, and it's also sponsored by a couple of big names in the industry. I think so. The big names in the industry. Let me pull those up. So you might recognize some of these guys. So they're sponsored by Ben over here, and Ben is better known as Nahamsek. Nahamsek is a really big bug bounty content creator on YouTube. And there's also John Hammond over here, and John Hammond has basically had a YouTube channel since he was in high school. So there's a lot of stuff over there over at John Hammond's YouTube channel. Adam Langley, I think Adam Langley is also another big figure in the industry as well, but I don't know them very well. W Nahamsek, W Bug Bounty, Cybernerd Dante. Hey, nice to see you here. We're just checking out some of the basic stuff, the networking basic stuff over here at HackingHub. GredXT says, based dad over hacker. Oh, dad, lead developer, hacker. Well, he's a lead developer more than a hacker. But most of these people say that they're hackers before everything else. But yeah, it's based dad over hacker for Adam Langley here. Okay, what's next? So ports and services. So what is a service? A service is a computer program that allows connections and receives and replies with specific data. So the internet is a service because you're accessing it over, well, specific networking ports. So a small example of some different internet services are web servers that host websites, mail servers that can send and receive emails, file transfer protocols for sending and receiving files, and SSH or Telnet for connecting to a remote computer. Oh, what happened? Let me reload. and connecting to a remote computer and to take control over it. Okay, so what is a port? When connecting to a service on the internet, you need two things: the IP address and host address, the IP host address, and the port number. So you can imagine the IP address being the address of a giant tower block, but the port number is actually a unique apartment number. So port numbers can range to 1 to 65,535. Although applications can be bound to any port, there are several common ports for applications. So most of the services that you access over the internet, over computer networks, are going to have common port numbers. So the FTP service is usually going to be on port 21, SSH on 22, Telnet on 23, etc., etc. So more common port bindings can be found here. Okay, so we'll discuss this later. Later lesson on how we can scan an IP address to find out which ports are open and what services are listening. So we've got two questions. What port does SSH usually reside on? So SSH is usually going to be on port 22. And what is the maximum port number? So I think it is 65,535. I could be wrong. Oh, this is correct. But anyways, if you ever get stuck, you can look up this information very easily. Let's go to the next section. Okay, how many did we get through so far? How websites work. Discover how a website works and how it's hosted. So this is actually something that's very important as well, because a lot of people access websites, but they don't actually understand what is going on. They kind of all just kind of press the buttons, and they assume that everything is kind of like magic. Okay, so what is a website? When you view a website in your browser, and the browser could be Chrome, Firefox, etc., you're actually making a request to a web server, and the server then responds with a language called Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML, which forms the layout and the contents of the web page. The HTML can also link to other files such as cascading style sheets, or CSS, to provide style to the website, which is going to be colors, fonts, backgrounds, sizing, and much more. And then interactivity is made using JavaScript. So what's a web server? Web servers are the software that's being used to serve websites to clients. Although more are available, the most common web servers you're going to encounter are Apache, Nginx, and Microsoft's IIS. Each has its own features, but all operate in the same manner. GradXT says, what's trippy is that a lot of people don't realize is that you are, as a client, allocating a port for the server to respond to you with. The source ports tend to be very high and random to avoid overlapping with other services. So yeah, every time you make a connection to another server, you need to open up a server to connect with, and those are usually going to be random numbers on very high numbers in the port range, like what GradXT was saying. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. Websites are commonly mapped to folders on the server's hard drive. For example, Apache and Nginx by default map to var www HTML, and IIS matches to C inetpub www root, but these settings can be overridden in the configuration file. So for example, if you request the file me.jpg from example.com on an Nginx server, this is serving the file from this location right here, var www html me.jpg. Multiple websites can be hosted on the same web server. When you make a request to the server, you can specify the website that you require using the host header. See the HTTP protocol below for more information, and can then be mapped to a directory on the server which contains the site's files. So just know that everything you're looking at on the internet also exists on another computer that's called a web server. To make requests to the web server, you need to use HTTP, which is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Blue says, I can't believe the lookalike character thing. Could it work with emails too? So I think it was GradXT that, so GradXT mentioned that these lookalike characters could be used in phishing emails, and otherwise they could be used to spoof. They could be used to spoof domains. So HTTP. So HTTP is a plain text protocol used for communicating with the web server and retrieving information. This information could be things like HTML pages, CSS, JavaScript, images, etc. You can look at an example request which requests the page index.html from the domain hackinghub.io. Okay, so this is pretty typical of a web request. We've got the request method here, which is get, and most requests that are made via HTTP are going to be GET requests, which is basically requesting to get the contents of a specific web page. So the requested resource is going to be this over here, index.html, and the protocol is going to be HTTP 1.0. So the host is going to tell the web server which website it wants to make contact with, which in this case would be ctfchallenge.com. And then there's the connection status. It tells the web server whether to keep the connection open or not for future requests. And the last thing is the request end. And that's going to be 2 blank lines at the end of the request. It specifies the end of the request. So we talk about some request methods. So the 2 most common are going to be get and post. Get is basically going to retrieve data from the web server. That's the GET request, and the other one is the POST request, which is sending data to the web server. So we're going to send data to the server. Take, for example, a contact form where the information is sent to the server, and they've got a bunch of other methods here as well. Most of these you don't really need to know, unless you're going deep into web development. Okay, so we also have our headers. So headers are extra information that you can pass to the web server to get more information about the client connecting to it. So we got web server response. When a web server responds, when a web server responds to the request, it sends a 3-digit status code, which lets the client know about the result of the request. Some of the more common codes are as follows. So there's going to be 200 OK, which means that the request was successfully completed. There's going to be 301 permanent redirect, which means that the resource has been moved. There's also a temporary redirect, bad request, unauthorized, forbidden, not found, and 500 and 503. So this is, I mean, some of this is kind of seeped into the language of regular people as well. So 404 not found is something that people can, well, even normal people recognize that 404 equals not found. And let's go ahead and answer the questions. Okay, what is a common web server beginning with N? So this is going to be Nginx or Nginx. I don't know. I'm not really too sure how exactly to pronounce this. I think it's Nginx. Okay, so what protocol is used to communicate with web servers? This is going to be the HTTP protocol. Nginx, that's the official one? I hope so. Thank you, GreatXT. What request method is usually used to update content? So to update content, I think this is the put request. Let's submit this. Yeah, okay. And what 3-digit response would you receive for an unauthorized request? So I think unauthorized is going to be 403. GreatXT says, before that I knew it was called I called it Nginx. Nginx. Hard to say, because, you know, people don't tell you how to... it's not 403. What is it? Unauthorized is 401. Oh, 403 is forbidden. So the difference between unauthorized and forbidden is you're forbidden from viewing and some sort of authorization. I guess 401 means that you could potentially view it if you had the right authorization, and 403 just means you can't see it. You can't get it. Okay, so this is going to be 401. Was this it? Answer is incorrect. No, looks like it is correct. Okay, great. All right, we've come. I think we've come to the end of this section because we've already spent an hour here. If anybody, we might have time for one more. If anybody here is interested in seeing one of these in particular. So we got making requests, we got web application infrastructure, we got front end versus back end, and these are the ones that we haven't done. If you really want to see one of these, let us know in the chat. But otherwise, we're going to move on to the next portion of today's stream. Zero Duckies Entertainment says, any lava lamps? Lava lamps? I don't know if we have lava lamps here. But if you want to check this out for yourself, you are very welcome to. You just need to make an account over at HackingHub.io. Oracle Raider says, front end? Yeah, well, if you, let's. I don't think it'll take too long. Let's take a look at front end versus back end. And that'll be the last one we look at today. Okay, so what do we got? So languages, front end versus back end. Languages for websites fall into two categories, front end and back end. So front end code is code that is deliverable by the web server to the client and then rendered or preceded by the browser into what you actually see. So these are languages and technologies such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So HTML provides the content and basic layout of the web page. CSS adds styling to the web page by providing fonts and colors and sizes and animation, and JavaScript provides interactivity to a website. An example of this could be code that validates the contents of a contact form, and informs the client of any errors in their input. So the other type of code is back-end code, and this is code which is processed on the server and generates content to be delivered back to the client. Back-end code can be used for example processes, user input, connection to databases or other data resources, and much more. So take a look at the below example where a client enters a term into a search form and then the web application then searches the database for results and formats the data and returns it back to the client. So what's going on here? Oh wow, there's a 6-step process, great. Okay, so 1, the client makes a request to the website search form. So this goes to the web server. Web server loads the requested resource and processes the code. Then it gets given to the backend code, talks to the database server and requests articles containing the client's search phrase. This goes to the database, and then the database returns the results back to the web server here, and the backend code uses the results from the database to build the page that the client will see. Then it goes back to the web server and then back to the initial device. The HTML code is then sent back to the client to be rendered in their browser. So some examples of back-end programming languages are Python, PHP, JavaScript, Ruby, Golang, and more. Back-end example. Let's present that you have a website, example.com, with a back-end script with the name what'smyname.php. The script is the following code, which is written in HTML and PHP. Okay, so we got PHP echo get name. So the code just inserts the value of the query string name into the HTML. So when the following request is made, the web server returns the following. Okay. So this is also an example of a URL parameter. And, anyways. Okay, so changing the value of the query string will result in a different name being returned. Okay, so there's the code that that's used by the front end and the code that's used by the back end. And that's what this little module was supposed to illustrate. So let's see, what type of code is PHP? So they want us to say back-end code here, but PHP can also be front-end, I'm pretty sure. But they're looking for back-end. Okay, and what type of code beginning with C is a front-end code. So 3 letters, begins with C. That's got to be CSS cascading style sheets. GradXT says PHP isn't front-end. I thought, oh, you're right. Front-end code is code that that you can retrieve with your web browser, and I'm pretty sure you can't. PHP code is going to be rendered, even if the page has PHP code. You're usually not going to be able to see it. It's all rendered before the web server can the web browser can see it. But GradXT, thank you for making that correction. Thank you. Okay, so well, that means okay. It's more so JavaScript is front end code because you can retrieve the JavaScript with your, or is JavaScript also back end code? Anyways, let's go ahead and go back, and we'll finish up for today. All right, so like I said, if you want to take a look at these learning modules yourself, then you can go ahead and access them from this URL right here. Let's go ahead and get some, well, we'll lighten up the mood a little bit by doing a little bit of gaming. So I've been doing a series on Baba is You, and Baba is You is a fun, GradXT says runs in web browsers, WebAssembly, CSS, JavaScript, HTML. JavaScript can be backend by using Node.js or from similar framework. But yeah, I mean, I guess the easy way to determine whether or not a programming language is front end or back end is if you can see the code by, well, if the code is included in the GET request for the web page. Okay, let's go ahead and, well, let's pause the music for now because the game we're going to play has its own music. And let's start up the game. So for each one of these levels for the game Baba is You, we've been doing a little write-up. And by doing the write-up, we're treating this a little bit like a CTF exercise. And if you're interested in taking a look at the levels we're doing today, they're all going to be located over here. All right, let's go ahead and let's make this full screen. If you can hear music, let us know. So the reason we're talking about Baba is You today is because, well, I think Baba is You is one of my favorite puzzle games. And it's a very, very intelligent game that is all about making rules and breaking rules. And because the game is like this, it really gets me thinking about hacking and interacting with different systems and understanding the system so that you can solve problems. So this is what we do a lot when we're doing our cybersecurity exercises. Red Sly Fox says it seems you need to be S tier to get a job in the tech industry now. I think the tech industry in general, the standards have gone up because a lot of I'm gonna say that a lot of like the lower tier tech jobs are going to be made. I don't want to say the word obsolete. I don't want to say they're going to be obsoleted by AI technologies, but how do I put this? I think there's going to be a lot less jobs. There's going to be a lot less jobs for development in tech in general, because the AI is going to make it much more efficient to do the work. Nullsec says lots of layoffs have caused junior roles to be filled with seniors as well. That's I think because AI technology is such a game changer that you're gonna see a lot of this, and you're gonna see a lot of people you're going to see a lot less people getting into tech-related jobs because there's going to be a lot less roles available for the industry in general. It's kind of sad, but it's an adjustment that has to happen because of the technology that's coming in. But everybody, can you hear the game audio? I just want to make sure that the music's not too loud. Nullsec says they can hear it. Great. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and I think we're working in the second save slot. Okay. So let's go ahead and move on to the next level. So this is area number 4. We've already conquered a bunch of areas in this game. We've got this first initial area, and we've got these other 3 areas here. So we've already conquered 4 areas, and it looks like there's going to be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another 6 or 7 areas to work through. And the difficulty level later on in the game is kind of ridiculous. The difficulty level in the levels what we're going to cover, they're already kind of tricky. But anyways, Blue says, I've been thinking about this a lot recently. I was wondering if I should still learn programming. So I don't want to discourage anybody from getting into tech because I mean, I love tech. I love cybersecurity. I love technology and its weird little interactions. But I mean, what do you want to do? What makes you happy? Like, is it necessarily going to be a tech-related job, or is it going to be a job in some other field? I mean, you have to kind of like what you're working as your job, because otherwise you're going to have a very, very bad time. If you really love programming, if you really love tech, then definitely get in, and eventually, I think if you're innovative, you should be able to find a way to get in. Volko says, eating cookies makes me happy. Unfortunately, you can't make a lot of money eating cookies. I mean, I guess you could make some YouTube videos where you're eating cookies, but you'd have to be very, very creative in how do you make those videos. Blue also says, at the same time, prompting an AI to make a program is really fun to see. That's true too. The thing is that AI's not... Psyched says, I have arrived. Thank you. Thank you for arriving, Psyched. One bajillion euro? I'm not too sure what that refers to. But AI's not quite there yet. I don't think you can just tell an AI to write like a really long program and it'll do it. You still need people to look over the code. And I think a lot of roles in development are going to be people using AI, but also using their own coding skills to make sure that what the AI produces is not garbage. Because sometimes what the AI produces is absolute garbage. Okay, let's go ahead and access the next level. The next level is level C, fetching. So we'll go through a little tutorial on how the game works, because not everybody here has seen the game before. So this is Baba is You. This game is all about making rules and breaking rules, and the rules are all defined in these little lines over here. It kind of reminds me of programming a little bit, and each one of these rules, most of them are three tiles long, and they basically set a rule for the level of this game. So for example, we've got Baba is You. Baba is You means that we're controlling the Baba object, and the Baba object is this little white rabbit sheep thing, not too sure what it is. We also have hedge is stop. So this rule means that we can't move past the hedges, and they impede our progress. We've got skull is defeat, which means this skull object over here, if we run into it, we will be defeated. That is destroyed. So if we run into it, we're destroyed. We don't want that, so we're just going to not do that. AS says, I'm an angel and want money, God bless. Why do angels need money? That's please answer that question. What do you not get paid enough by your boss? Anyways, we also have ghost is defeat and melt. So ghost is defeat. If we run to the ghost over here, we'll be defeated. It also melts if it comes into contact with a hot object, and if we can create a hot object and then push it into the ghost, then the ghost will be destroyed. We also have, we need to form this rule, flag is win. We need to make an object the win object and then touch the win object to finish the level. Bope says, is this soundtrack from the game? I like it. It's a pretty catchy little soundtrack for Baba Is You. Okay, so we also have text is push, Kiki is hot, and we'll go through. It says text is defeat. That's kind of funny. Anyways, let's we'll talk about a little bit about these rules as we work through the level. AS says, just say it and I will make it happen. Are you granting wishes? Are you a genie? Anyways, okay, so what do we need to do to solve this level? So the first thing we need to do is we need to turn this Kiki object over here by the on this other side of the map over here. We need to make him useful, and we can make him useful by turning Kiki into Baba so that we can control two objects at the same time. So we transformed Kiki into Baba by forming the rule Kiki is Baba. So the next thing we need to do is we need to get rid of this skull is defeat rule, because we need to move the skull and destroy the ghost with it. So we're gonna make another rule, and that rule is gonna be text I have to be very careful because I'm controlling two of these Babas, and I have to avoid coming in contact with this other skull with this Baba. So it's kind of I gotta think with two brains over here. Hold on. How do we do this? This is... Hold on. Let me go back. Okay. Maybe we could try moving this other object first. So this is object, we're just going to move this into place. Okay, we did that successfully. Next we're going to move text into place. Okay, so we formed this rule. So the rule is text is weak. So when text is weak, weak objects will be destroyed when they come into contact with another object. In this case, we can destroy this defeat text over here by moving Baba into it. And in that way, skull is no longer defeat. So we don't have to worry about touching the skull anymore. And in fact, we actually want to move the skull into position by making this other rule. So this other rule is going to be skull is push. Hey, AS, don't use that kind of language, please. Okay, so we formed the rule skull is push, and now we can move the skull around by pushing it. So we can just move the skull into the ghost here, and we can also form this other rule, which is flag is win. So after we do that, we're going to form another rule, which is the skull is going to be hot. And because if the skull is hot and it's also touching the ghost over here, then we can destroy the ghost because it has the melt attribute over here. Okay, so we're gonna crush this this push rule over here because text is still weak, and we're gonna make the skull hot. When we make the skull hot, because it's on top of the ghost and the ghost is melt, it will destroy the ghost. Okay. After that, we can now get access to the flag and win the level. So let's do that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how we solved that level. So this is level C, which is fetching. Okay, so the key point in this level is we can use the text is weak rule to destroy inconvenient rules that are getting in our way. So the method to solve here is Baba is you, form Baba, no, wait, hold on, I need to edit this a little bit. So the first thing we do is form Kiki is Baba. Okay, then we form text is weak, and then we destroy some of the text, such as defeat. Then we make skull push, and then we push the skull on top of the ghost. We destroy the push text, and then we make skull is hot, which destroys the ghost. Then we can create the flag is win rule, and then touch the flag to win. Okay, let's move on to the next level. This is going to be level D, Scenic Pond. So what do we have to understand about the next level? So the key point in this level is if we have access to the text, and we can create any object. We can create any object if we can destroy tiles with sync or open. So what does this mean? Well, we'll have to find out in the next level. Okay, so this is level D, Scenic Pond. Okay, so what's going on here? We should probably review the rules before we start the level. So we got fence and wall is stop. So these objects here, they're all going to impede our progress. We've got skull has wall, which means if the skull is destroyed, it will create a wall object. And this is not what we want. We also have skull is sink. So the skull can be destroyed if something comes into contact with it. We also have water is sink. So if we push any objects into the water here, they're also going to be destroyed. And we have text is defeat. I'm not too sure what text is defeat really means in this context. We've got Baba as you, which means we're working as Baba right now. And we have Kiki has text. Kiki has text. Okay, so we're going to form one rule first. And the rule we're going to form is text has Baba. So text has Baba means that if text is destroyed, it will leave behind a Baba object. So for example, this Kiki text over here, if we destroy it, it'll create another Baba. Noble says, cryptograph. We're not exactly doing any cryptography hacks right now, but you're welcome to try. Okay, so we destroy the text, and because text has Baba, when the text was destroyed, another Baba appears. So what we can do is we can form another rule. The other rule is going to be Baba has text. So here, so Baba has text. When Baba is destroyed, it will create some text, and the text depends on the object that's destroyed. And in this case, when Baba is destroyed, it'll create the Baba text. And in this way, we're going to destroy Baba in this water here. When Baba is destroyed, because Baba has text, it will create the Baba text. So this forms the rule over here, Baba is float. So Baba floats now, so Baba doesn't come into contact with any objects. So Baba can float above the water, Baba can float above the skull, and we're just going to create this rule here, flag is win. So we can touch the flag to win, but the problem is that we're floating. So Baba is float, which means we can't touch the flag, but we can break the rule Baba is float like this, and now we can touch the flag to win. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about how we solve the level, and then we'll move on to the next one. So form text has Baba, and then after that we move the Kiki text into the water, creating another Baba. We form Baba has text. Then we move the Baba into the water above the is float text, destroying Baba, the water, and forming the rule Baba is float. So using that, we can form the rule flag is win by flying above the water and the skull. We break Baba is float, and then we touch the flag to win. Okay, let's move on to the next level, and that's going to be level E, skeletal door. So we'll talk a little bit more about this level when we get in. Let's do that. So this is level E, skeletal door. Okay, so here's the thing. We've got all these skulls over here, and they defeat us. So if we move into the skull, we're defeated. If the other thing that we can do is that we can make the rule text as you, which means that we now control all the text over here. So you might think that this is really handy, and it is really handy, but the other thing is that, well, when the text comes into contact with the skulls, because the text is you, then the text is destroyed. And what we need to do is be kind of creative to solve this level. We'll talk a little bit more about how to do that. So we're going to move this push tile over here, and then we're going to form text as you. So now that we've got text as you over here, we're also going to form another rule, and that other rule is going to be Baba is push. So if we form Baba as push, we can move Baba around, and we can move Baba into the skull. So because Baba is not us, then Baba can be in the same tile as the skull, and that's fine. Because, well, the defeat rule means that whatever is you will be defeated when it touches the defeat object. But in this case, Baba is not us. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this push text to move Baba outside. So Baba is now on the other side of the skull wall over here. So the last thing we need to do is we need to become Baba. And now Baba can touch the flag to win. Okay, let's talk about how we finish that level. So move the push tile into the same column as the Baba text. Form text as you to become the text. Then we form Baba is push, so that you can push Baba around. Push Baba into the skull at the top of the column of skulls, and then use the push text to push Baba to the right of the skulls. The last thing we need to do is form Baba is you to become Baba on the other side of the skull wall, and then touch the flag to win. Okay, let's move on to the next level, which is extra level 1. Okay, this is another tricky level. Alright, so this is extra level 1, it's called push. No, it's called jump. Okay, so this is another level where we need to teleport stuff around. Let's talk about the rules that are in place. So fences stop, which means we can't move past the fences. Baba is you, and it's also fenced off, which means we need to be Baba in this level. Flag is win. When we touch the flag, we win. And water is defeat. So if we move into the water, we're destroyed. So we need to find some way to move this water out of the way and then touch the flag to win. The other rule that we really need to pay attention to in this level is love is tela. So love is this heart object over here, and tela means that we're going to be, whatever comes into contact with the tela object is going to teleport from one object to the other object in the level. In this case, we can move this push text over here into this love object. It's going to teleport to the other one. And we can also teleport using this method as well. So each turn, the object inside the tela object is going to move between the two or more tela objects. And the next thing we want to do is we want to break love is tela. We're going to make love is push. We're going to move the love object over here. And then we're going to reset up the rule love is tela. So the water was inside of the love object. Now that love is tele, the water object is going to be teleported back and forth between the love objects here. Okay, so we're going to break up love is tele, and now we can push these out of the way. So let's set up love is push here, and then we can use these rules to move this stuff out of the way. Okay, so love is push. The next thing we want to do is we want to teleport the water away over here. So we're just going to move this love object into the water here, and we're also going to set up love is teleport again. Okay, so now the water is teleporting between these two love objects. So we're just going to move in the way and teleport again, and then we can touch the flag and win. All right, let's talk about how we've solved that level. So teleport the push tile to the left-hand side of the map and then follow it. Form love is push and then push the love into the water. When the water is in the left-hand love object, we're going to form the rule love is push. Use the love is push text tiles to move the love out of the water, and then move one of the love objects into the water tile above the flag. Form the rule love is teleport to teleport that water out of the way, and then move into the teleport object and touch the flag to win. Okay, the next level is going to be extra level number 2. So one thing we need to keep track of in this level is that the not object is win rule. It's almost guaranteed to finish every level where you can form that rule. We'll talk about this in just a little bit. Okay, so this is level extra 2, even less there. So this looks kind of similar to another level that we did in this area, and let's go over the rules. So we've got fence is not you, so we can't become the fence object. And we've got fence is stop, which means that we can't move past the fence. We need to get access to this win tile over here, because with the win tile we could set up a win condition. So we've got Baba as you, and we're going to form this funny little rule. So fence is not stop. So we got 2 rules in place here. We've got fence is stop, but because we've set up this other rule, fence is not stop, the fence is stop rule is negated. So we can move through the fence now. So what we're going to do is we're going to showcase this rule here, and if something is not win, if not something is win, then everything in the level that is not that object is going to be win. And in this case, we're going to make fence not fence is win. Let's see. So it's not fence is win. So before we do this, let's explain what this is doing exactly. So if an object is win and we are that object, then we win. So because Baba is you, we're going to form not fence. Not fence is everything that's not fence, and that includes Baba. And if Baba is win and we are Baba, then we win. So let's go ahead and win. Okay, let's talk about that. So the method to solve, it's pretty easy. Form fence is not stop so that we can move past the fence, and then form not fence is win, which means that if we are not the fence, which we were not, then we win. Okay, last level. So the last level is going to be EX3 Deep Pool. So this one's a little bit repetitive, but we'll try to explain what's going on while we do it. Okay. Extra level 3, deep pool. Alright, so let's talk about this. So we got skull is defeat, which means if we touch the skull, we are defeated. Water is sink, which means that the water objects are going to be destroyed if anything comes into contact with them. Text is defeat. Not too sure what the implication of this is still. We've got fence and wall is stop, which means that the fences and the walls, they get in our way. Baba is you. We are Baba. And Kiki has text. So Kiki has text isn't really, well, whatever. Well, there's no real Kiki here. So just like the last level where we saw something like this, we're going to form text as Baba. So text as Baba means when any text is destroyed, the Baba object is going to appear in its place. So we can just move Kiki over here, destroy it, and then we now have a Baba. So now that we're controlling two Babas, we can actually switch up the rule, and the rule is going to be Baba has text. And Baba has text means that when Baba is destroyed, Baba is going to leave behind the Baba text. And in this case, we're just going to destroy this one. So it destroyed the water, but it left behind the Baba text. And we're just going to re-establish this rule. Text as Baba. So when we destroy the Baba text, another Baba is going to appear. And we can re-establish this rule here. Baba has text. So there is a reason why we're doing this, because eventually... Whoops. I didn't want to do that. I want to do this. Because eventually we want to form the rule Baba has Baba, and we can't do that without destroying all these water tiles here first. When we form Baba has Baba, then Baba is effectively invincible, so we can move past the skull without having to worry about being destroyed. So let's re-establish the rule. Whoops. Text as Baba. So text as Baba, we destroy the text and another Baba appears. So let's go ahead and get out. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so this is the last time. So we're going to destroy Baba here, and the Baba text is going to appear. So after we do that, we can move the Baba text out, and we're going to form Baba has Baba. And when whatever your object is has the object that you are again, it basically makes your object invincible. So the defeat, anything that's defeat, anything that's sink, cannot destroy you anymore. So I can move into the skull as many times as I want, but every time I'm destroyed, another one of me is going to appear. So we're just going to take advantage of this to form flag is win. The skull doesn't defeat us anymore. We can touch the flag to win. Okay, so before we finish up for the day, let's talk about how we solved that level. So in this level, we form the rule text as Baba, then we push the Kiki text into the water to create another Baba. So we alternated between Baba has text, destroying the Baba object, and then text as Baba, and then destroying the text. And we do that until there's only one water tile that remains, and then we destroy Baba one last time, and then we form the rule Baba has Baba. And if we can form Baba as Baba, we can form the flag, form the rule flag is win, then touch the flag to win. And that was the last level of area number 4. Okay, let's move on to the next part of today's stream. It only took 40 minutes. I thought it would take a little bit longer, but that's fine. All right, let's get out of here. And you know what? I might take this opportunity to introduce some new games that I discovered. So when I say games, I'm not talking about regular video games. I'm talking about hacking games. And I've discovered a few of them over the last couple days. And if you've encountered these before, let us know. But I've been adding them to this list over here called the Hacker Media Education Platforms. So they're all going to be at the bottom here. So I discovered a few of these, including, well, there's this one called exploit.education, and this is another site where you can deploy virtual machines, and the virtual machines are going to have a bunch of CTF challenges basically. And this one over here, I might be covering this one on stream pretty soon. So this one's called Nebula, and it's basically a bunch of it's a Linux machine that you can deploy yourself, and it has a bunch of CTF levels on it. And the good thing about this is that you can do them out of order, because logging into each level is, well, they don't you don't need to collect the passwords for the previous level on the current level for this game. So if you wanted to, you could skip over any level you wanted to, and each one of these levels has different objectives. So for example, over here it says this level requires you to find a setuid program, so an SUID program that will run as the flag00 account, etc., etc. And yeah, so I'm probably going to cover this website in the next couple weeks. And I just noticed that we don't have any music, so let me play some music. What do we got? We got, how about some moody space music? I'm all about that. This is the website right here, exploit.education. But yeah, there are all sorts of virtual machines that you can download and deploy here, which is nice. And let's talk a little bit about, well, let's talk about a few more games. There's also smashingthestack.org, and I think this is a pretty popular game. I've heard about it from a few different places. Smashingthestack.org. This is another place where you can play some CTF games. The problem is that they don't want to people who are doing videos or live streams to cover their stuff, and well, that means that I can't really do this stuff on stream, which is unfortunate because I really like solving stuff on stream with everybody else. But if you're interested yourself, then you can access it from this link over here. Okay, what else we got? We also have, let's see, pwn.tn, and I think TN stands for Tunisia. I'm not too sure what top-level domain TN is. But this is another great little CTF website. It's got it's a pretty small community. There's less than 2,000 people participating in the game, but they've got well, that just means that if you solve this, you're part of an exclusive club. And let me grab the URL for this. This looks pretty typical for a CTF website. We've got challenges across a bunch of different categories. It looks like it wants us to register. You know what? I can make an account, sure. Okay, just a second. Gotta mute my microphone while I put in my password. So to anybody who's wondering why I mute my why I mute my microphone while I type in my password. It's because there's some algorithms out there that are able to figure out what your password is by listening to the sound of you typing into your keyboard, which is pretty funny stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and make an account for, what is this? Pwn.tn, because I really want to take a look. So pwn.tn, username, Mr. Poolshot says, yup. Yeah, don't get taken advantage of because you are typing your password in a public place. And I guess the internet is kind of a public place now. Incorrect credentials. Have I? I don't think I've signed up for this website before. Oh. You know what? This is login. I should probably make a new account instead. Register. Okay, so username, the Shy Hat. Email, gmail.com. Sure. We are Canadian, proudly Canadian. Let's do that. Password. Paste in the password, confirm the password. Not a robot. Oh no, parking meters. How about these? I think... Yes. Okay, not a robot. Great. Let's save that. Sure, why not? Okay, are we logged in now? I guess we need to log in now. Okay. Traffic lights. These are traffic lights. Are there any more? I don't think so. Okay. Do we get to log in now? Do we get to log in now? Do I need to... I can't log in. Hold on, let me check my email. I'm not too sure why I can't log into this website. Neem says, the Shy. Hello, nice to see you, Neems. And you know what? Let's give you a Hack the Planet. Haven't done enough of this today.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Stairs. 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 These are stairs. It's not letting me log in. Okay, fine. I guess we're not going to take a look. That's fine. Let's take a look at the next site that I've been finding today. So we get hackarg.de. Not too sure. DE. So this is German, right? DE is the German top-level domain. Let's check this out. Hack the web. Oh, it is German. Sieg was in der Stadt. We can change this to English. Okay, great. What's going on over here? So it says prove your skill. On Hack the Web, you'll find a playful introduction to the world of hacking through various puzzles. You can demonstrate your knowledge and creativity. So the creative use of technology is our focus. You won't find instructions for illegal activities here. The platform is suitable for students from 7th grade onwards. We recommend setting aside 30 to 90 minutes. Okay, register with the username and password to get started. Let's go ahead and register. Maybe we've got some another fun place to learn about hacking here. So we got username, the Shy Hat, password. Let's use the password we're using for the other website, just for fun. Okay, this seems to work. Great. Okay. So it looks like we've got this this hub that we can interact with here. So hold on, I need to record my username password. So what is this? It's called Hack the Web. And the username is this, the password is this. Okay, so what do we do here? I guess we click on the start button. Okay, so what does it say here? So great to have you on board. It's almost as though you'd never left our homeland, Naxion. Okay. Surtak and its wonders will open your eyes. I hope that during our 2-month journey through space, you won't die of boredom. So I guess there's some sort of storyline going on here. So by the way, I've got something here to help pass the time while studying the inhabitants of the planet Earth. I discovered an activity called hacking that is incredibly addictive. Sure. Ever since I found it 2 weeks ago, I just haven't been able to stop. I even showed it to Josh and Bex. They got hooked just as quickly. The process is simple. You're given a small challenge that you can solve by either finding the answer or interacting with the website. Completing challenges unlocks new ones. There are no limits to the tools you can use. Do whatever seems useful to you. I sometimes come up with the craziest ideas. Okay? I can't hardly wait to show you. Let's get started. The answer to the first challenge is the result of 6 plus 4. What is this symbol here? Wait, what is this symbol? The number is known among inhabitants of the Earth as the answer. Are we talking about 42? So is this multiplication? Hold on, let me paste this into my terminal or something. So is this a multiplication symbol? Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing this is multiplication. So that means the multiplication has to go first. So that's going to be 36? 36 plus 6. So 36 plus 6 is 42. So 42 is the answer to everything. So the answer is 42. Okay, so 42 is correct. So the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42. Continue. Okay, and yeah, so everybody, if you want to take a look at this website yourself, it seems to be free. I don't think there are any paid aspects for the website. This is the site here. It's called Hack the Web. Okay, we've got some other challenges we can do here. We got lemon juice, username don't blank. Lemon juice. Okay, so what do we got here? You can use lemon juice to write secret messages. I wish I'd known that as a child. The trick is very simple. I write a text using the juice of a lemon. At first glance, the paper appears blank, but as soon as someone heats it over a flame, the lemon juice darkens and the secret message is revealed. I probably would have written secret notes to myself all the time. There's a similar technique in hacking that works digitally. Below you will find a prepared sheet of paper. Find the answer. Okay, so are you talking about highlighting? Is it just highlighting? It's just highlighting. Okay, sure. The answer is invisible. Okay? Invisible. I think this is... Ooh, that's not how you spell invisible. Invisible. Yeah. I think this is cool. This is, I mean, I'm hoping that the challenges get harder, but you could introduce this to kids, I think, and they would probably have a pretty good time. And we've unlocked some new challenges. Let's try the username challenge next. Okay, so it says here the system wants to know your name. It should be easy enough to enter, but somehow the input gets a little scrambled. The answer to this challenge is simply your username. So my username is the Shy Hat. So I'm pretty sure you can't type in here. So if I type in the Shy Hat, it does this. So it scrambles it. So we need to figure out the we need to figure out the method through which this is scrambled, and then we can put in the correct user input. So let's, well, first of all, let me set up my environment for hacking a little bit later. Just a second. This is going to be my Docker container. This is going to be my nmap scan. We're probably going to have some sort of web enumeration. We're probably going to have some sort of brute force. We're going to do something for research. And we're probably going to have some sort of shell access. So I'm just prepping for my hacking challenge later. Last thing I had to do is I have to color code this all, because if you can add some color to whatever you're doing, then that's always a good thing. Okay, so that is red. How about some orange? How about some yellow? Some green and some blue. Okay, so what are we doing? Go to make a little test file. This is what we're dealing with. So the original thing that we typed in was this. So we need to figure out, so these are all the same letters, I'm pretty sure. So THESESHYHAT. This is just reversed. This is just reversed. Okay, so I can just copy this and send this because it's going to reverse the string, right? So we just paste this in and we're good. Okay, great. So we solved that one. Let's see. So the next challenge is called Don't Blink. Let's take a look at what's going on here. So this is, I mean, it's a good thing that that the beginning challenges are not very difficult, because we can definitely, well, it's going to attract a larger audience. So it says, that was fast, try again. So something tells me that it might be redirection. That was fast, try again. So don't blink. The answer is going to be something something. We could probably curl this. So if we curl this and we get, well, what would be the easiest way to do this challenge? It's probably, we could probably work with the tools, right? We'd probably work with our web browser tools. So web developer tools, we can go over to the network tab and then we can reload the page. Okay, well, I don't think, yeah, this doesn't really help us. Okay, so if we take a look at the code for this, let me think. If we wanted to do this if we wanted to use like a simple tool to get this, what would we do? I guess we could try curling it and see what happens then. Yeah. Okay. So in that case, we need to get the cookies. Let's get the cookies for this website. So we'll go over to storage, connect SID, language EN. Okay, so let's create a curl command. So curl so we'll make this very verbose. Sure. Let's send some cookies. The cookies are going to be, how do we send this with cookies? So curl cookies header. How do you use curl to send cookies? Okay, so dash dash cookie. So dash dash cookie, and then put in your cookie name and value. And so connect SID. This is going to be, I think this is our login cookie. So connect SID, the value is going to be what? It's going to be this. Okay. Paste that in. Ooh, it's pretty big. I think we can send multiple cookies. I think we separate, do we separate them with the ampersand? How do we separate them? Okay, hold on. So curl cookies multiple. Okay. So we gotta separate them by with the semicolon. Okay. Semicolon. What is the other cookie? Here, language preference. Language preference is EN. Okay. Okay, what did this send us? We got all of the output here. Yeah, this is all, wow, this is a lot of information here. Jeez. Okay, so the actual contents of the web page are here. And so it says don't blink. Then it sends you to the map. It sends you to the map endpoint. Yeah, so it looks like it sends you to the map endpoint. So can we can manually go to the map endpoint by specifying /map, I think. Okay, so it looks like that's not the right that's not the right endpoint. All right. Okay. Let's take a look at it one more time. So, did we get a 200? No, I think we got a 200, right? Man, this verbose output is so hard to look at now. It used to be better. Hold on, let me just try curl with just one V instead. It might look a little easier. Well, it might look a little it might look a little might be a little easier on the eyes rather. Okay, this is probably better. Where are we? Here, yeah. So we got HTTP 200, great. And I think there was something in the JavaScript that redirected us. So it would be this right here. So Windows history back, window.location.href equals /map. So when it says /map, does it mean that has to be an endpoint, right? So is the endpoint here? Oh, You know what? There's one sure way we could determine what exactly happens in the sequence, and that would be to use Burp Suite. I kind of didn't want to use Burp Suite because it seems like kind of overkill for an exercise like this. But you know what? Might as well try. Okay, that means we're gonna have to start up Burp Suite, and then we're gonna need to use the Burp Suite browser. And then we need to log into HackingHub again. Okay, so proxy, open browser. Let me get the link for this challenge again. Here, it's gonna ask me for, well, it's gonna make me log in again. Set the server to English. So name and password, the shy hat. Let me get my password. Login failed. Login failed. Let me try again. Login failed again. The shy hat, password this. This is weird. Hold on, let me see if I can change my password from here. Okay, change password. Current password is this. So I can't see the current password. I guess it doesn't matter that I can't see the current password as long as I can set a new password. Okay, let me set a new password. Oh, New password successfully set. So this is so this is actually not what you want to do for the web app. If you want to have a if you want to have a web app that lets you reset your password or set your password to something else. So if you change the password and you don't actually have to put in your current password to change it to a new password, this is insecure. But, you know, just for me, it worked out. So I guess I shouldn't complain too much. All right, so the shy hat password is this. Go. Okay, so, and they've got some other challenges here too. That's really cool. Anyways, let's go ahead and go to the Don't Blink challenge. Don't blink, something, something. Okay, that was fast, try again. So we should have this recorded in Burp Suite now. So if we go over to Burp Suite, this is challenge 24. Let's send this to the repeater. In the repeater, we can send this request again. Okay, so what do we? It says don't blink. So I guess what we need to, oh, there's also a hints button over here. Okay. don't blink. So I'm just going to grab all this code and I'll try to figure out what's going on here. We can probably feed this to the AI and have it do a bit of analysis. Okay, so let's see, DeepSeek. What is this code doing? Put the code in. Okay, so it's part of a hacking platform, okay, sure. Uses the status bar. So it displays the logged in user, sure, their score, yep. The challenge is named Don't Blink. Okay. JavaScript function go back. So this one says ensures that the back button either returns the map page if the user came from there, redirects the map page if arriving from elsewhere, for example, direct link. Okay, so the code that actually displays the text isn't part of the code. Or maybe I just forgot to highlight it. I think I got all the code. No? I mean, it doesn't point to any other resources. Oh no! Oh man, I forgot to look in here properly. Okay, so it says the answer to this challenge is marvelous. Okay. Huh. Okay, maybe we got an ad running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube as well, and we'll also put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute or so. Just got to have a little sip of water. Okay, so these challenges are actually pretty fun. Well, I think let's go ahead. So marvelous is the password. So where were we over here? Okay, so let's see. Go back, then go back to hack the web. Okay, so don't blink. I think we can solve this now. Marvelous. Marvelous. Go. It says an experienced reader takes approximately 0.25 seconds to recognize a word. So I did see the word marvelous, but I wanted to figure out where we could see the answer a little more clearly. Okay, so we continue and we can move on to don't blink. We got HTML, ASCII, note painting, Minecraft, calculator. I think this is very cool. Sinbleed says, have you played Breaking Service Mesh or Ambient Mesh? I feel like all these service proxies are slow compared to security enforcements in kernel data path directly. Breaking Service Mesh. Let me look that up. So maybe cybersecurity, breaking service mesh. What's a service mesh and how do you secure it? I assume that you're talking about something like this, right? Or how to secure a service mesh architecture. What is a cybersecurity mesh? And let's see. Perk30. Perk30, enjoy. Hello, nice to see you here. And why don't we give you a Nyancat to welcome you in. Welcome, Perk30, enjoy. Okay, dedicated low latency infrastructure that provides reliable, fast, and secure communication among application services using APIs. So this isn't something I know very much about. I was 10 when I first saw Nyancat, oh my. Well, I mean, it's a good thing to... It's something that we can all talk about, I guess, at least. But service mesh, ambient mesh, I'm not too sure what all this stuff is. But if you want to send me like an article or something that I can take a look at, maybe I can take a look at that. Thank you very much, Sinbleed. Sinbleed says they're nothing in most simple deployment proxies during traffic routing and security attached to apps or on host overlays over kernel sockets inside networks. For example, for pods. Perk30 says, "Are you a Linux Pro Max user?" Linux Pro Max, I don't think I am. I actually don't consider myself a Linux Power user because there's a lot of stuff about Linux that I don't know about. But Jake Mr. Hack, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome in. Okay, so I mean, I feel like doing a couple more of these challenges before moving on. So if anybody's wondering what website that we're looking at, I'm always looking for new fun hacking websites, and this is the one we're looking at right now. And I wonder what this worms section is over here. Oh, this is two-player. Two-player? What is going on here? Is this just a game of worms? This is just a game of... I mean, is this something that we need to explore? Not sure. Simply says, ever tried to stay in kernel land for security? I'm afraid I'm not really familiar with that with this stuff. Sinbleed, but you know what? I should probably educate myself on all sorts of cybersecurity topics. Thank you very much for... Jake Mr. X says, why not? Why no RSA? I don't really understand RSA. So we did our RSA lesson at the first hour of today's stream. So if you go back to the first hour, so basically the beginning of the stream, for the first hour we're talking about that. Perk30 says, Sag, because I'm trying to learn about Linux for hosting my server at home instead of buying one, because I have 3 extra computers. So I'm pretty sure you could teach yourself how to deploy a Linux server at home. I mean, there's so many resources out there. You could teach yourself. You could ask the AI. You could look for guides online. It's pretty easy. Well, okay, I'm not going to say it's easy. It's definitely doable. But yeah, let's see if we can solve a couple more of these challenges before we move on to the next challenge. Okay, let's see. We got HTML. So I guess this is the web section over here, and this is the cryptography section. and maybe some extra stuff over here. How about calculator? So calculator, okay, it says difficulties don't stop you from your goals. On the contrary, use creativity to solve the challenge. And magic user simply says, I thought RSA was replaced by most of the ransomware with Cha-Cha for speed. I don't I don't know if that's true. Magic User says, thank you for the stream. Thank you very much, Magic User. Thank you. What is that website? So the website we're looking at right now is this one over here. It's called Hack the Web, and it's a German website, but you can change the language from German to English on the main page. Perk30 says, anyways, your content is fire. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words, Perk30. Enjoy. Okay, let's see if we can solve this challenge. So here's a calculator from a tutorial. I followed the tutorial, but I made a mistake somewhere. You can't enter multi-digit numbers. Your creativity is now required. Calculate the number 256 and submit the result. So 256. So it says you can't enter multi-digit numbers, so we're going to have to find some sort of workaround. So we can't put in more than one digit. So can we do... So 256 is 8 times 8? No. 256 is... What was it? It's 8 times something, right? It's... Oh, geez. Math is not my strong suit. 8 times... Oh, it's 64 times 64, I think. We've got plus, minus, multiply, and divide. So it's probably not going to be divide. It's got to be... I mean, the only thing we could do is we could do 9 times 9, but 9 times 9 isn't even enough. We can't do double-digit numbers. So when we click on submit result, what does this do? 0 is wrong. 0 is wrong, of course. Okay. So is it 8 times 8 times 8? 8 times 8 times 8. No, it's minus 1. So 256. No, it's 16 times 16. 16 times 16 is 16 times 16 is 256. 8 times something. So 16 times 5. I'm really showing off how bad at math I am here. So 8 times 8 times... So 64 times 4 is 256. Is that it? 256 is correct. So you just needed to... Okay. Alright. Alright, so there's calculator, calculator 2, matrix. Let's try this ASCII one. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this ASCII one. Okay, so you're a brave person. You are not deterred by the cryptic letters at the titles of this challenge. Great. Many things in computer science can seem confusing at first glance, especially if you don't have a translation aid. But as soon as you know where to look for things, they become less foreign. So I think this is a pretty cool site. Wu Mingfang says, you know what? 256 divided by 8 is 32. We just needed to get there without using multiple digits. We just needed to do one digit at a time. It wasn't really... Is that website about networking? This website isn't about networking. It's just, it's kind of cybersecurity education website that's kind of, well, it's... The challenges are pretty simple. Well, I mean, the ones that I've solved so far are, but I guess they become more difficult the further you get into it. Okay, so it says, this is the case with the ASCII code. Because computers only work with numbers, there's a uniform code for each character. You can find an excerpt from this in the table. Sure. So an example, the $sign is stored in the computer with the number 36. Voila, it's your turn, and the answer in code is this. So this is going to be ASCII to decimal to ASCII. So we could probably go to some web app or something. Decimal to ASCII. We can just plug these numbers in. No. We want to do decimal to ASCII. Where is it? So we'll put in the decimal here. We'll get rid of the extra spaces. Okay, the ASCII text is aura 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I guess this is am I using bird search? Bird search. I don't. It's not bird search. I was just looking around different websites for CTF education platforms, and I just happened to find this one. Okay, so this is the answer. Hashtag aura. Sure. Okay. Okay. Should we answer one more? Let's see. Animation, binary, shadow pictures. We got HTML. I guess we could solve this one. So when you look at a website on your computer, you actually see a small part of the website, but behind the scenes there's a whole world of technology to discover. Similar to the notes in a piece of music or a script of the film, there's also code on a website. You can find information that's not visible otherwise in the source code of the website. The answer is visible in this box. So we need to show the source code and then take a look at what's in the box. Okay. The answer is this. Abtauschen. Abtauschen. I guess this is a German word. Let's look up what this word means in German. So translate, Google. We will detect the language. This is diving in German. Okay? Alright, let's go ahead and submit that answer. Paste it in. Done. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I guess the challenges become more and more difficult as we go through it, but this is a really cool website, and I guess if you're just learning cybersecurity stuff, I guess this would be really good for students, and we might solve more of these later. And let's go ahead and start our last part of the stream. So in the last part of the stream, we usually go over to some CTF platform and we do a challenge over there. So the challenge we're going to do is going to be at Dockerlabs. And this is a place where we can download vulnerable Docker containers. We're going to do the Who Am I challenge today, so let's go ahead and download that. I'm going to download it, and then we're going to deploy it on our machine here. So here's our Docker container tab. I'm going to move into the downloads directory. We've already finished this this one over here. Let's delete this stuff. And unzip the file, who am I, .zip. It's not who am I, it's who I am. Okay, sure. Jake Mr. Hack says, did you solve the ProLabs in Hack the Box? I think I've done one ProLab in Hack the Box. I think, which one did I do? What was it called? So Hack the Box Pro Labs. Let me look those up real quick. Hack the Box. I very rarely use Hack the Box because I usually like to cover stuff that's free and other people can access for free, because I want people to be able to play along with the same exercises that I am. Let's see. So which are the Pro Labs? Anyways, you just need to know that I've done a couple of the Pro Labs. Nullsec says, "Nice one, heck yeah." I haven't attempted one yet, but yeah, if the Pro Labs become free, then I'll definitely cover them, because I mostly cover stuff that's free because I don't want people to have to pay for stuff that that I'm covering, you know. So Who I Am, we downloaded that, we unzipped it, and we need to deploy the Docker container. Okay. Nullsec says there are 2 free ones, so I'm told. Really? Really? Retired Labs? I should probably look that up. I haven't logged into Hack the Box in such a long time. Okay, let's try logging in. Sign into Hack the Box. Ooh, let me look that up. Hack the Box. Is it this one? Oh. Nope, it's not that one. Which one? Maybe it's this one. Okay, it is this one. Okay, so let's see. I want to go to Hack the Box Labs. Don't show. No, my email's pretty much public, so I'm not really too worried about showing my email. Okay, so Pro Labs. So there are Pro Labs that are. So we got Dante, we've got Full House. So yeah, I've done most of Dante. I did the Poo Pro Lab, and that's it. I did a little bit of Hades over here. And which ones are retired? Upgrade your experience and gain access to all the Pro Labs with just one subscription. But are there any that I can access for free? So for example, if Nullsec says Full House and Solar are free. I don't know if they retired. Oh, but I mean, I couldn't do any of the stuff from Full House or Solar if they're not retired. So Full House and Solar are free, but if they're not retired, I can't cover any of this stuff on my live stream. So advanced and intermediate. So intermediate is before advanced. Well, I mean, I can take a look. I mean, I'm clicking on it, but it's not letting me get access to it. But thank you very much for bringing this to my attention, Nullsec. Maybe I can cover this stuff in the future if it ever gets into the retired category. Okay, so we've got a machine over here, and it is at this location. So this IP address, let's do our Nmap scan. Okay, we've got only one. We only have port 80. So if there's only something on port 80, that means that we're gonna have to hack the website to get access to this machine. So the name of the machine, who I am, this gives me the feeling that this is going to be some sort of command injection. So it's going to be OS command injection. It's going to be, I don't know. I'm actually guessing this is OS command injection. I'm kind of calling it here. We've also have WordPress, so maybe it's not OS command injection. Maybe it's arbitrary file upload. So TMP, very nice. I work inside the temp directory because I want everything to disappear after I'm finished. WordPress 654. Is there something? Hold on. Let's do a quick search and see if there's something that we can do about WordPress 654. No. But we can probably do some WP scan because there's WordPress on this website. So if we were to go to this website, oh. Is there something? Why can't I navigate to this website? Hold on. Let me try curling out. Okay, so I should be connected via Docker on this interface here. We're able to scan it using Nmap, but for some reason we can't access the page with the web browser. It's kind of weird. Oh, it's on 18. I didn't notice that. Okay, 172.18.0.2. Okay. Everybody, if you don't use the right IP address, you don't get to hack. So this is going to be 18. It says unable to connect. That's fine. Let's connect with HTTP. Sure I am. Okay, so I don't know who I am. I have to find out. GSFault says, what terminal is that? So what terminal is this? This is, I mean, this is Kali Linux. The terminal is, let's find out. I think this is Xterm 256 color. So it says Xterm 256 color. As far as what this terminal program, what this is, I think. Hold on, let's ask. Okay, so Kali Linux terminal program name. Okay, let's change the music. Let's play some Faster Than Light. What is the Kali Linux terminal called? This is QTerminal. So I think this is the answer you wanted. GSFault QTerminal. Okay, so let's see. What is QTerminal? Qt-based terminal emulator. GS Vault, what Linux distro are you working with? It's probably not Kali Linux, it's probably something else. Okay, so let's see. What's on the website here? Okay, I don't know who I am, I have to find out. Sure. So what's going on here? I think this is WordPress. So I'm pretty sure we've identified WordPress here, so why don't we throw some WordPress at this? So we got a brute force tool, it's called WP scan. And let's see what we can get here. Oh. No. So the WordPress is going to be on... Thank you very much, GS Vault, for becoming a HackerFrog. Thank you. GS Vault says, I use Debian for personal, Alma 9 for work. I've never heard of Alma 9, but that doesn't really surprise me because I do not know very much about Linux distributions. Okay, so we've got a username. So the username is Eric, sure. And we've got developer. So we got Eric and developer. These are usernames. We're going to add these to our usernames list. So users.txt. So we've got developer. We got Eric. So we've got a working users list over here so that we can use this for brute force attacks later. And just for, information later when we're doing the enumeration. Rinko Ka. Hello, nice to see you here. And what we haven't done in a while is Hack the Planet. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, we got ads on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube as well. And we're also going to play some bird videos. Okay, watch these birds. We'll be back in about a minute or so. So this bird here, he doesn't like sharing. So he's fighting with the other birds to get the food in the bowl. He won't let the other birds close. He's such a jerk. Rinkelka says, how do I learn how to do stuff like this? You can watch the stream. You can ask questions because I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have about hacking and such. But I would say, if you want to learn about cybersecurity, the first thing I need to ask you is what background are you coming from? So do you know anything about, do you know much about technology, about computer networking, about developing applications? If the answer is no, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You just need to know where to start learning is all. Okay, so let's see. You're a beginner, you know some basics, okay? Let's see. How do you make millions? You start with billions, and then you spend a bunch of money, and then you will have millions eventually. GSVault says, I watched that movie way too late in life. Jake Mr. Axe says, I find one file in my Windows users. I delete the Windows and I install Ubuntu. Funny, when I installed VirtualBox, it's not working. I deleted Ubuntu, now I use Windows. That Windows is crazy. Let's see. GSVault says, I want to learn about after the initial install of Linux, how do you harden it security-wise? I am afraid of threat actors taking control and using it for Bitcoin mining. So, what questions do I answer first? Rinko Ke says, let's see, just you're a beginner, sure. Let's put the birds away. And I'll give you a list. So I've got a YouTube channel over here. If you want to start with some easy cybersecurity challenges, you learn a lot by doing these challenges. They're called CTF challenges, and Rinkogus is, why am I seeing birds right now? Did you hack into a CCTV? No, this is my hobby. My hobby is recording birds. So I just take the fun little video clips from the bird feeder and I put them all up on the screen for you to watch during the advertising breaks. Okay, so we've got a little playlist over here. If you follow the challenges over here, you can start teaching yourself cybersecurity stuff. It starts off very easy. It just teaches you how to start up a Linux terminal, how to run some commands in there, and then it eventually gets more complicated. It branches out into different categories of challenges, stuff like web app challenges and cryptography and binary hacking, stuff like that. So just work through the challenges in order. If you can solve the challenges without looking at the video, that's fine, that's great. But definitely try them out yourself and try to understand what's going on. And next question is, after the initial install of Linux, how do you harden it security-wise? So most of the time, I'm not exposing my Linux machine to the internet, so I don't really think about security hardening. As far as web servers are concerned, you just need to make sure that the web server, the web application code is secure, and that's going to keep the bad guys out because nobody's going to use. Well, it's very unlikely that anybody's going to use a 0-day on a web app server software to get access to your stuff. So you just need to make sure that the web app itself is secure, and then you should be fine. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, AS on YouTube, are you interested in learning about cybersecurity? Because the messages you're sending don't seem to give me an indication that you are. Okay, let's continue on with our little hacking exercise. All right, so we got some information from WP Scan. Let's run the scan again. You're interested in learning about cybersecurity. So the one thing that you need to figure out pretty early on when you decide you want to learn cybersecurity is what kind of role you want to aim for. Because there are a bunch of different jobs inside of cybersecurity, and they all do pretty different stuff, and the training for those different roles is going to be different depending on which role it's going to be. Okay, so we found the developer user, we found the Eric user, sure. The WordPress theme in use is 2024. We've identified this version of WordPress, but I don't think there were any known hacks for this version of WordPress. Rinko says, I want to make money, that's why I want to get better at cybersecurity. I think if you want to, you know what? Let me try asking the AI over here. So, what roles in cyber security have the biggest monetary compensation? which of these roles are technical? Okay, so highest paying cybersecurity roles with a focus on which are technical versus which are managerial and strategic. So the thing is that a lot of, a lot of the roles in cybersecurity that pay the most money, they're managerial roles. So it's basically you're the manager, but it's not realistic to get a managerial job in cybersecurity. But what do we have here? So we got pen testers and red teamers. We've got cloud security engineers and architects, and we've got application security engineers. These are not, these are things that you can eventually aim for. They're not things you can get a job as without like a bunch of years of experience. So, you could eventually become a pen tester or a red teamer, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to get there. Like Jake's Mr. Hack says, programming makes more money. GS Vault says, also add, how long will it how long will it take to make compensation? Yeah. Well, how many years is it going to take to actually get a job in the role? If you go from knowing absolutely zero, it could be 2 or 3 years. So you would teach yourself for 2 or 3 years, and then you might be qualified to start looking for jobs after that. But the thing is that the best way to get involved in cybersecurity is to first get involved with them. Okay, so let me ask you, Rinko Ka. I'm not too sure if that's how to pronounce your name, but what city do you live in? Do you live in a big city? If you live in a big city, then like it's a lot easier to get you connected with the local cybersecurity community. And it's very likely that you'll get your first job in cybersecurity through connections. So the next thing we should probably do is we should probably do some web app enumeration. So we could do some derb. The good thing about derb is very friendly for scanning WordPress. So this is basically a very typical WordPress installation. What about Dallas? So Wrinklecos is California. So the good thing is that California has, well, the big cities in California, San Francisco or Los Angeles, they're all going to have active cybersecurity communities. So for example, if I go over to, say something like San Francisco cybersecurity meetup, then they've got a bunch of different groups over here. So let's see. So meetup.com, this is a website where people can meet up with local people who have the same interests. So CSNP, San Francisco Cybersecurity, they've got 600 and some odd people in this group, and it's San Francisco Cybersecurity Group. And let's just check if they have. They haven't done. It looks like they haven't done an event in over a year. That's not a really good sign. But let's see if. So, information security events near San Francisco. San Francisco cybersecurity community, sure. Just do a little bit of research. You should be able to find some groups. The backups directory is listable. Ray says, what about Dallas? So Ray, Dallas is absolutely flush with cybersecurity, with big cybersecurity groups. So Dallas cybersecurity meetup, they've got a lot. So I'll just send you the link over here. Let me grab the link. Dallas is well, Texas in general has a lot of cybersecurity groups. Okay, the backups directory is is listable. Maybe we should take a look inside. So just for fun, go to the backups directory. Oh wow, there's a database backup. That's hilarious. Let's go ahead and copy this file. Okay. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Mr. Pullshot. Okay, let's download this thing. Then we'll unzip it. So this is, what kind of file is this? So this is ASCII text. Sure. It's just somebody's password. Jake Mr. Hack says, what about Morocco? Well, I mean, same thing. You would you just go on the internet and you start searching for stuff. Well, I mean, Morocco is a big place. You should probably be searching for a specific city. And I guess, I mean, what is the capital of Morocco? Morocco, capital. That's going to be Rabat. So, Morocco. Let's see, cybersecurity infosec meetups in Rabat. Let's look at that real quick. Casablanca? But what do we have here? So these are, it looks like conferences. So these are meetups. You might be better off searching for this stuff in the local language. I'm not too sure what language they speak in Morocco. Does Morocco speak French? I'm actually not sure. I don't know very much about Morocco. But definitely do some searching around. You should be able to find some cybersecurity groups that meet up every once in a while. Hopefully there's one Arabic. Okay. Well, I mean, I couldn't do the search in Arabic even if I wanted to, because I can't, because I don't know Arabic. Morocco speaks Arabic and French. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of got the feeling that they spoke French, because I think a lot of North Africa speaks French because of colonialism and all that good stuff. By good, I mean it's not so good. Okay, so what do we have? We've got this password over here for the developer user. This is probably not the password. This is probably a password hash. But just in case. JSVault says, you can search in Arabic. Google probably has a Morocco page. Pretty sure Dubai had a custom Arabic RTL page. Ringcoco says, I'm on Linux Mint. Is Linux good? Is Linux good? Well, I mean, a lot of people in cybersecurity use Linux because, well, I mean, this is the main cybersecurity distribution of Linux that I'm using right here. It's called Kali Linux, and it's very popular because it has all the tools that you need to learn about cybersecurity stuff, whether it's defensive or offensive stuff. RTL says right to left. Can I still hack like what you're doing right now on Kali? Yeah. I mean, you can hack on Kali, you can hack on Linux, you can hack on Windows. Of course, if you want to hack using Windows, you need to find the specific programs on Windows. The reason why I like to use Kali Linux is because all the programs are in one place, which is something I really like. We're speaking everything, says Jake Mr. Hack. Of course. But let's see. So I'm going to try this directly. It's kind of unlikely that this is actually the password. But just in case, I'm going to try logging in. Okay, so where's the login page? It's going to be at the admin endpoint. Nope, there's no... It's going to be at the WP admin endpoint. Here it is. Okay, so it's developer. This is the literal password. Okay, well, we're in. We're logged into WordPress now. GSVault says, Ooh, what do we got? Rinkoka says, I meant on Mint. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you can install most of the tools that we use on Kali Linux on Mint. Because I mean, Mint is also a Debian distribution of Linux. So let's see. Linux Mint. Linux Mint is Debian, I'm pretty sure. Linux Mint Debian Edition. Oh, so is Linux Mint not Debian based? It says yes, but not directly. Linux Mint's primary edition is based on Ubuntu, which itself is based on Debian. Oh, okay. So yeah, Mint. I mean, Mint should be able to run all the programs that are running on Kali Linux. Let's see. Rinko asks, "Are you hacking a real site right now?" No. Of course, I'm not hacking a real site. Hacking real sites on live stream is illegal, and I don't want to get my my channel, like banned or anything. Thank you very much for following Mohammed Medneem. Thank you very much. Rinko says, "How do I run the programs?" Well, it really depends on the program. Which program are you looking for? Kinda. Hello. Are you asking me to give you money? I'm afraid I can't give you money here. Little Programmer 124 says, hello, Little Programmer, nice to see you. And like whatever you're doing right now. You're probably okay. So Rinko, you say you're working with Linux Mint. When you're learning about cybersecurity, you probably want to get yourself a distribution like Kali Linux, because it's got all the security tools installed on it already, and that means that you don't have to go around installing each individual tool that you want to use. You can still use Linux Mint, that's fine, but when you're learning cybersecurity, you should probably be using a Kali Linux box. Let's see, MD Rubel Hussein says, I just joined. Could you tell me about the topic today? Yeah, so right now we're doing a Linux hacking challenge right now. I've downloaded a Docker image that we're hacking against, and if you want to take a look, it's going to be located at this website right here. It's called dockerlabs.es. GS Vault says, the Shy Hat is not shy and really genuinely likes to help others. I've been on stream for an hour and have figured out a lot so far. Thank you very much, GS Vault, for the kind words. So Rinko says, so what? Delete Linux Mint and switch to Kali? Well, I mean, if you want to use both, you can use both. But if you don't have enough room for some reason, you could use Kali Linux on another computer. You could use Kali Linux for a virtual machine. That's what I'm doing right now. Virtual machines are a very convenient technology, and if you want to know more about virtual machines and installing Kali Linux, I've got a video for that I could send to you. Let me go ahead and grab the video. It's going to be on my channel somewhere. You want to do it on the main PC. Here's the thing. You shouldn't be... I don't think you should be using your main PC for cybersecurity stuff, because if you manage to screw up your main PC, that's a really big thing. But if you screw up a virtual machine, then you can always just revert the snapshot on the virtual machine, and that's going to be a lot easier for you in the long run. So let's see. Is it called VBox? Here it is. Installing VirtualBox and creating a Kali Linux virtual machine. So this is a video. Let me grab the link. But the thing is, how am I going to screw it up, though? On Linux, it's very easy to install things on your computer that are going to break other things. GSVault says, is there a Dockerlabs button in English? So, I mean, Dockerlabs is pretty cool. It's in Spanish, but if you do some translation, it's not difficult to do. In fact, the website itself, you can use Firefox or Google or whatever it is to translate the website text. That's not very hard. As far as the contents are concerned, you're going to see some stuff in Spanish over here. That's fine. You can just grab any text you want and then throw it into Google Translate. It's not too difficult. Okay, so Mohammed Allah says, what is the best DDoS tool for the home lab? I can't talk very much about DDoS tools. I don't really use DDoS tools because DDoS tools aren't usually things that you well, I haven't. You could use DDoS tools in an educational environment, but it's not really something I've really looked into. So I don't know very much about DDoS tools. GSVault says first try on Windows 95 desktop. Windows 95 desktop. It is easy to screw up a computer if you start mucking around with some of the files inside. But we're now logged into WordPress over here. So from here, what you usually want to do on a WordPress application is try to modify the code. So you can go to the plugin editor. We got plugins. I think these are not activated. We could go over to... Can we edit the theme? Yeah, we could probably edit the theme files. Okay, so let's see. Here's the theme. The theme that is used is 2024. This is I think there's a PHP file somewhere in here. And if we can put in our own PHP code, then we could probably get access to the box. So theme functions, functions.php, we got assets, parts, styles, patterns. Oh, we got footer.php. So footer.php is part of the main page, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. GSVault says, it's now a Linux meme, rmrf/. But I did that on Windows 95. I don't think that works on Windows 95, but yeah, don't don't delete everything in your file system by accident, because that would be bad. You need to add a shell. Yeah, we can add some arbitrary code to some of these files here, and let's just try adding it to the footer.php. So footer.php, this is probably going to be included with every one of the pages. So all we need to do is we need to add some PHP code to the end of this. And okay, so maybe we can go to a site like revshells.com. You might be able to install a terminal plugin. I think simple is best as far as doing this stuff. So all we need to do is install some sort of web shell. Okay, so we got PHP, and WordPress is written in PHP. And let's... Okay, so this one over here, we got some PHP to create a web shell. Just going to copy that. Then go over to edit themes here, and then we're going to add this code to the bottom here. Paste it in, and then we're going to update this file. File updated successfully. Okay, so we can probably try to access this from... What directory is this in? Hold on. So I think now that we're logged in, we should be able to just move around. Okay, so where are the themes? Which directory are they in? Maybe we can find it in here. WP content. Is it WP content themes? Yeah, it's WP content themes. Okay. Let's go over and check it out. Huh. So WP content themes, is it called 2024? Twenty 24. Nope, it's not 2024. Yeah, WP content themes 20 something something. So, is there an easy way to move into that directory? (2024) theme themes.php. So is it here? No. Pages, all pages, all pages. Try camel case, try add new themes. Add new themes. Dashboard, home updates. Huh, they've got a privacy policy here for some reason. Let's see. Where are the themes? Okay, themes. So if we add new theme, latest. Block themes, nope. It should be 2024. Oh, okay. Let me try that out then. So 2024. Okay, here it is. So from here, we just need to go over to the footer.php file. Where is that going to be? Templates? No. Parts? Footer.html. Nope. Wasn't there a file that I edited called footer.php? Functions, patterns. Banner, footer. Okay, here it is. So this doesn't seem to be going through. Okay, let's try editing this again. So this is, I need to look at the theme editor. I guess we need to go to the themes page first. Nope. Theme file editor. Okay, let's go over to footer.php. And yeah, I did put in this PHP code. I guess I need to put in the PHP code earlier in let's try putting it earlier in here. So PHP, oh, maybe I need to put it in here. Okay, get rid of this, get rid of this. All right, let's try this. We'll save it and update file. Done. Okay, let's run this again. All right, we've got code execution. Awesome. Okay, we've got code execution. The next thing we need to do is, well, there's probably no netcat. Oh, there is netcat. Okay, that's unusual. Most of these Docker containers don't have netcat. So which netcat, which busybox? There's no busybox. Which bash? There's bash. Is there Python? So we're just trying to figure out what software exists on the web server, because we have access to the web server directly at this point. So there's no Python 3, there's no Python 2. So if we've got netcat, we can probably get a netcat shell, and we would want to set up a reverse shell over here. So we would run rlwrap netcat on port 443. So we've set up a netcat listener. We want the server to reach out to our attacker box so that we can make a connection to it. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over to revshells.com, and I think we can get the netcat named pipes payload. GM1, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. And let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, privilege escalation. Yeah, first thing we need to do is we need to get initial access to the box, and then we can do some privilege escalation. So we're gonna run. Well, I don't know if this particular payload is gonna work, but we'll see if this payload works. It doesn't look like it worked. Yeah, okay, didn't work. What can we do from here? So we're just going to try a few different payloads to see what works. The other thing that we can do is we can double check our IP address, because we want to make sure that... Oh, okay, I think I was using the wrong IP address, because we've got two IP addresses for Docker right now. Okay, always make sure you're using the right IP address, otherwise you will be a very, very sad person. So it looks like we're on 18, 172.18. Let's copy that. Let's make sure that this is our IP address, okay? Then let's run the reverse shell command. Okay, I don't think it worked. Nope. But we need to try out a bunch of different reverse shell commands to see until we find one that works. Let's try this bash one. That one doesn't seem to have worked either. Okay. Well, you know what? I think we might upload a reverse shell PHP file. Okay, so who am I? We're www.data, sure. What directory is this? So this is the 2024 patterns directory. Okay, so we've got access to this directory from the web app. So if we were to upload something, I think we might be able to get access. So that means we're going to copy a reverse shell file, and then we're going to start editing the contents of that file. So we're going to be uploading this to the target. We just need to change a couple of details. So this is a reverse shell PHP file. We're going to upload this to the target, and then we're going to access this this PHP page to activate the reverse shell. So I guess before we need to serve this file here, and we're going to use the Python HTTP server to do that. Okay, so we should be able to download this file from our attacker machine. First thing we need to do is we need to figure out if there's wget available on the system. There's no wget available on the system. Which wget? Oh, we do have wget. Okay, so we can run wget to download the file from our attacker server. 1801 php reverse shell.php, and it should be uploaded. We see here on the web server that that the reverse shell was accessed from the vulnerable server, and all we need to do is navigate to that directory. So the file's called php reverse shell.php. Failed to demonize. This is quite common, not failed, connection refused. Huh. Let's reload that. That's weird. I wonder why we can't get a connection. Jake Mr. Hack asks, why port 443? So port 443 is usually allowed by the firewall, and because 443 is associated with HTTPS, so it's usually a port that that is allowed through. Failed to daemonize. This is quite common, not fatal. Connection refused. I need to double check the contents of my reverse shell file, just to make sure I didn't make a mistake. So 17, oh, I did make a mistake. Okay, so this is, the IP address was wrong. I put in 0.2 instead of 0.1. Remember, everybody, typos are the enemies of hackers. Okay, so let's upload that thing again. Okay. We need to serve it again. And then we need to download it again. Okay, now that it's downloaded, we'll go back to it. Good old php reverse shell.php. Still says failed to daemonize. Let's reload that. Shell access is still not there. We downloaded it. Maybe we should download. Maybe we should save it as a different file name. Okay. Did I make any other mistakes? So 172.18.01. 172.18.01. I guess what we can do is we can figure out which IP address we can actually ping out to. So in that case, we need to, what is it? What was it again? TCP dump? Okay, I need to look up how to do this again. So what we're doing here is Look if that file is uploaded in WordPress. It is. It is uploaded in WordPress. We have been accessing it. It's just that we haven't gotten a reverse shell connection from it. So I'm just going to figure out which IP address it can this machine can make contact with. So TCP dump ICMP only. So what is the filter expression to only sniff ICMP packets? Okay, let's look this up. The second wget will name it whatever.php.1. Will it? Oh, you know what, Mr. Poolshot, you're right. That you know what? Let me go ahead and double check. Let me double check. So here we're going to just lsla. Oh, what is in here? Oh, you're right. php.1. Okay, so I mean this is fine. We can just delete this file first. So we'll just delete the file, we'll re-download the file, then we'll try it again. Okay, so we're just going to do rm this thing. Okay, and then we'll do so the file should be gone now. Yeah, it's gone now. So let's go ahead and re-download it. In that case, we don't need to do TCP dump. Where were we? Let's get out of here. Okay, I'm just going to double check the contents of that file one more time. This should be the correct one. Okay, so we'll serve the file one more time. And then we'll download the file one more time. Okay, so the command is wget http our IP address. Oh, you know what? Of course we can ping this machine. We can download from this machine. So, yeah, it doesn't make any sense that we wouldn't be able to ping out to it. Okay, so php reverse shell.php. Oh, I shouldn't be doing the view source for that. Okay, so that should be done. We're going to double check to see if it downloaded properly first. So PHP reverse shell is here. Great. Let's go ahead and access it. PHP reverse shell. Okay, it's working. It's working. Let's see. Shell access. We're in. Cool. Okay, let me call in Scary Hacker Voice Man. Mr. Poolshot, thank you very much for pointing that out. That wget is going to rename the files, because I don't think I would have caught that otherwise. Okay, so where's Scary Hacker Voice Man? Let's call him out.
Hey there, everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Who I Am Administrator, it seems like you're using directory listable backup directories. We went into the backup directory and we found some backup files. We looked at the files and we found the password for your developer user. That was a big mistake. When we logged into WordPress as a developer, we could manipulate the code in the PHP files, and we put in a web shell and then uploaded a reverse shell. Maybe you knew about these security flaws in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we're in. So normally from this point we would want to upgrade our shell, and I'm pretty sure we can upgrade our shell using using the script command on Linux. Let me go ahead and look that up. So let's see. I know it's on HackTricks. Here we go. Let's see, reverse shells. So in the reverse shells section, there should be a section on upgrading your shell. So script. Full TTYs, it should be in this section. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so we use this command here to upgrade our shell with the script command here. Let's just do that. Okay, so now we've got a new prompt. It's slightly upgraded. We can do interactive commands now. And let's go ahead and move into the home directory. So from here, Jake Mr. X says, HackTricks is the best website I see. Who built that website? So the creators of the HackTricks website are actually very, very well known in the cybersecurity community. It's the same people who did the LinPs and the WinPs privilege escalation scripts. I think they're the person's name is Carlos Polop. And if you go over to, let's see, let me just look it up real quick. Carlos Polop. Okay, Carlos P, pen testing and red team principal leader. I guess if you ever wanted to look up this person on LinkedIn, I don't have LinkedIn on this. Yeah, Sir Broccoli or Carlos Polop. That's the creator of HackTricks. Okay, so there's two users on the system. There's Rafa and Ruben. And I'm pretty sure we can't look in any of these directories. So I guess it's kind of I'm kind of curious because Rafa and Ruben are kind of unusual names. So I'm just going to move into the temp directory right now. I'm going to start looking for references to Rafa or Ruben in the file system. So we're just going to run a command like this. grep R in the entire file system. We're going to look for the pattern Rafa. We're going to redirect everything to dev null. You know what? This probably shouldn't be the first thing I do, but... Oh. Hold on. Okay, so we get this. I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to pipe it out to we'll kind of call it Rafa dot grep. Sure. And we'll do the same thing for the Ruben user. Could we use the T command? I think we can. We could also use the T command. I don't use the T command very often. I should learn how to use it. But we've created the two. Oh, okay. So this is Rafa. Then we're going to create a Ruben.grep. And we should probably use sudo l. Yeah, no, I didn't even need to do this. So there's sudo permissions for the www data user. This is pretty typical for TTF exercises. Yellow Snow says, loving the stream. Thank you very much, Yellow Snow. And you know what? Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Thank you very much for coming by. Okay, so Rafa can run, so the www data user can run as Rafa with no password, bin find. So bin find means, how can we use this for privilege escalation? We can probably look this up on a website like GTFO bins. So let's look up find. So find with sudo. Oh, we can run. We can get an interactive shell with find. Okay, sure. Let's go ahead and get an interactive shell as the Rafa user. False or true? Lavi, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we would run sudo find. Sudo u Rafa, find, and then who am I? We are Rafa now. Okay, cool. Okay, and does Rafa have sudo permissions? Sudo, let's see. So Rafa has sudo permissions as the Ruben user. So we skipped from the www data user, and then we became the Rafa user through abusing the sudo find command over here. Lavi, hello, nice to see you here. It looks like you were doing some SQL injection. Is that true? Is that what you're doing? Is this privilege escalation? Yeah, we're just trying to do some privilege escalation on this box. It looks like there's a special binary called debugfs. Because I'm pretty sure this isn't a standard binary on Linux. Oh, it is a standard binary on Linux. Okay, so if we can do sudo with it, what can we do? So I'm not too sure what this actually is. If we look up debugfs for Linux, so it exists as a simple way for kernel developers to make information available to user space. Oh, okay. Let's see what it says on Wikipedia. So usually we have to understand exactly how these binaries work in order to abuse them. It's a simple to use RAM-based file system specially designed for debugging purposes. It exists as a simple way for kernel developers to make information available to user space, unlike proc, which is only meant for information about a process or system file system, which has strict one value per file rules. Debugfs has no rules at all. Developers can put any information they want in there. Okay, so the most important thing about debugfs is that we have sudo permissions with it, and we could potentially use that for privilege escalation. So luckily, we've got the instructions over here. So if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So I guess we can just run this, just run it, and then we can do a command. Labby is just subscribed. Thank you. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Let's give you a redeem. We've got a bunch of these video redeems. Let me see if you recognize this one.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Sometimes you can use Unix to save you from dinosaurs. Did you know? Okay, so let's go ahead and run this command. So we're going to run this as the Ruben user. And then we can run a command. So we're going to run bin bash. So we took advantage of the debugfs binary with sudo permissions, and then we broke out of it to become the Ruben user. So we've escalated our privileges from www.data to the Rafa user, and now we're the Ruben user. So we're going to do one more time sudo l to figure out what sudo permissions this user has. And they've got permissions with this script right here. So it's called a script called penguin.sh, and we just need to figure out what this script is doing. So we can run this as root. So if we can somehow take advantage of the instructions inside of this directory, sorry, this script right here, then we could potentially elevate our privileges to root. So let's take a look at this file. It's readable. So let's move into the directory. Okay, we got ads running on YouTube, on Twitch, so we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. GSVault says, can cat it out? Yeah, we could cat it out. We're gonna do that after the break. Just enjoy the baby birds having a little bath, and we'll be back in about a minute or so, waiting for the ads to run. Mr. Poolshot says, maybe just run sudo bin bash. If only it was that easy. Sometimes it's that easy, but maybe not this time. Jake, Mr. Hax's favorite bird. These are my favorite birds. Okay, let's oh, such a beautiful bird. Okay, let's put them away and get back to the hacking. All right, let's read this penguin.sh file and see what's going on in here. So cat penguin.sh. Wow, these nerds sure do like the number 42. Okay, so read. Enter guess num if something, enter correct, otherwise echo wrong. Read. So I think we can abuse this. So this is a command. What is the Linux read command? Linux read command. Okay, so the bash read command is a powerful built-in utility used for word segmentation of strings under Linux. So this is basically used to read user input. He likes swimming, yep. Mr. Poolshot says, I do it all the time, sudo bash and timed sudo bash and time to work. Sudo bash and time to work. So if we just run the script, permission denied. Huh, that's strange. So we can't execute the script. So this, I mean, this indicates to me that the script is probably being run as a cron job, as a regular executable program, like at timed intervals. So cat etc cron tab. There's no cron tab. So cron tab -l. There's no cron tab. Okay, so we just need to we need to confirm that the script is being run at regular intervals. Actually, we can do ps aux. Okay, so these are the running processes. All right. So the last thing we're going to do is we're gonna figure out what is being run at regular intervals. What could that bash script possibly be used for? It's probably being run as a regular timed process. So we can confirm this with a little program called pspy or pspy. So pspy is a program which will allow us to determine what processes are being run on the target. So pspy64. Let's copy this. So this is a little binary. We can download it. So I'm pretty sure I can't. I need to download it to my attack box first, or rather my Kali box. So we're just going to download the pspy program. We're going to host it on the Python server, and then we're going to wget this. So it's pspy64. Sorry, it's over here. So wget this IP address, pspy64. Okay. Budget Nami says, I started Messer playlist like you suggested last time. Can you also suggest me some books or websites that I can refer to later so I won't have to watch the videos again? I have tight schedule, can't make notes. Book or website? So, oh, Budget Nanami, hello, welcome back. But yeah, Professor Messer, take a look at the A+, course or the videos. Take a look at the Network Plus ones as well. Those will help you out with the basics of networking and IT concepts in general. If you want, you can play it on. If you can listen on 2x speed, I would recommend playing it at 2x speed so that you can get through it faster. But as far as books or websites, I'm not a person who really likes to use books or websites. But if anybody here has any suggestions for learning networking and learning about basic IT stuff, and can recommend some books or websites to Budget Nanami, we'd really appreciate it. Okay, so we got pspy64. Let's go ahead and make it executable. And then we can run pspy64 and output it to a file called spy.txt. So we're just going to wait for about a minute or so. This will tell us exactly what files, what processes are being run on the system. And we're looking for the penguin.sh file, because if the penguin.sh file isn't being run as root, then we don't need to pay attention to it. So let's just wait for a little bit. So we're getting pretty close to reading this box. So even if the penguin.sh script is not being run, we can go ahead and try to abuse it anyways. Let's see. And how would we do that? We would basically create a malicious read file. And how would we do that? So let's see. Add directory to path. We would do some path hijacking. Lavi says the best paid option for learning networking is probably Hack the Box or Try Hack Me, in my personal opinion. You can learn some networking basics there. It's probably not the best, but it's certainly an option that you could try. So export path equals something something and then path. Sure. Let's do this. Okay, so export path. I guess we'll add the temp directory to the path. So this is this would be part of a path hijacking attack. Echo path. The path is basically where the computer looks for executable programs, and the penguin.sh script is vulnerable because the read command or the read binary is not given with an absolute file path. Networking fundamentals, right? Xhahi says Xhahe. Cisco Packet Tracer for networking is the best. And they also say that tons of resources online to basic IT. Linux Journey is a great place to get comfy with Linux. What level is that lab? What level is which lab? But I'm pretty sure there's networking stuff that's free on Hack the Box and Try Hack Me as well. Let me see if I can look this up on Hack the Box. So Hack the Box, Let's go over to the Academy. Where is it? Here it is. So if you don't have an account over at Hack the Box, well, you can make one for free. There are options to pay for stuff over at Hack the Box, but the Hack the Box Academy has a bunch of stuff that you can learn basically for free, and it's a very good place to do so. Let's take a look at some of the modules over here. So all modules, and if we're to look for tier 0 modules, so the tier 0 modules are the free ones over here. Okay, so what is applicable to you? Probably Linux Fundamentals is very good. It'll teach you all about how to use Linux. After you complete it, you can get your fake, you can get your cubes back. You start off, I think, with 50 cubes or something. And what else do they have? I've done the file transfers module here as well. It's pretty good. Introduction to networking. Yeah, this is probably a good place to go as well. So introduction to networking, you can do this basically for free. If you complete the module, then you get your cubes back. You got web requests. This is very good for learning about how web applications work. But basically, sign up for an account over at Hack the Box Academy, and then you can take a look at the tier 0. The tier 0 modules. They're not going to cost you any money, and they're very, very good. They're very, very good courses. Okay, so it looks like It looks like that script might be a dead end, but just in case, I'm just gonna set up a malicious file anyways here. So we're gonna echo out bin bash. Actually, no, it wouldn't be bin bash because we're not running the file. We would have to do some sort of reverse shell command. What reverse shell command should we try? Actually, you know what? First of all, we need to figure out if this is actually making something. Echo out. Let's do echo. This is a test, and then redirect it to /tmp/proof.txt. Okay, and then we're going to echo that out to let's see, read. Then we make the thing executable. Okay, so if the script is actually being run at regular intervals, then it might trigger. Always appreciate the humbleness for guiding students. Yeah, I'm here to help people out. It's tough getting into cybersecurity if you don't know what to look for. I would I would have appreciated advice like this when I was starting out. But let's take a look at this malicious read file. So echo, this is a test. This thing is also executable to temp/proof.txt. So if this is actually being run at regular intervals, then it should appear here in about a minute or so. But I'm not sure if it actually is being run at regular intervals anymore. We can't run this. Oh wait, we can run this. What am I saying? We can run this as sudo. But we have to specify that it's sudo, right? Man, I'm dropping the ball so many times today. Okay, so let's sudo that thing. So it didn't seem to work. Hold on. Maybe it's because we were in. Anyways, let's enter this directory first. Yeah, it's not using the malicious one over here. Give him 42. Well, I mean, giving him 42, it only prints out correct. We really wanted. Okay. Let's read that thing one more time. So it's a bin bash script. It runs read with RP. Enter guess number. Then it runs this if conditional over here. Oh, can I? Wait, can I do command injection in here? Okay, so this... Try sudo bin bash and sure, Mr. Pullshot. I'll do it for you. Okay, I don't have Grubin's password, so I can't do this. So we need to figure out how to Okay, so, well, I mean, the unfortunate thing is that when we do sudo L, it actually sets a path. It sets a secure path over here. So can we write to any of these directories? So can we write to local user sbin? No, we can't. We can't write there. How about some of these other directories? So user local bin. We can't write here. Can I change his password? I'm pretty sure I need a password to change this user's password. I don't think this is, so okay. So this directory we checked, this directory we checked. We'll check this one next. We can't write to this directory either. What about this snap bin? Actually, where is the read binary? So read is in temp. Well, for me, read is in temp read. Huh. I wonder why. Well, bin read. Okay. So lsla bin read. There's no, it's not in the bin directory. Is it in the... Is in the user bin directory? No. We could probably look this up real quick. Linux read binary file path. Okay, let's ask the AI because it's such a good use of the AI. Where is the Linux read binary located? It's a bash built-in. It's a bash built-in? It's a shell built-in. It does not have a standalone binary. Oh. Type read. Type read. Read is a shell built-in. Why isn't there a bin read? Shell implements read. Shell implements read internally for efficiency. Okay. So where are shell binaries? Well, read itself isn't a binary. I should have... If I knew that earlier... Type read. Read is a shell built-in. That's true. Okay. Read is most likely part of readline, which is shipped with bash. Huh. So how can we break out of this then? Because we've got sudo permission with this, and it uses read. Can we slip in some... Yeah. Man bash and search for readline. Okay. You know what? I'll give the contents of the script to the AI. Maybe it can figure this. Maybe it can figure something out. We want to inject into here. So read RP. RP num. If num equals 42, echo correct, else echo wrong. Okay, so how can we achieve arbitrary command injection with this script? So it's got to be something to do with the way the read command works. Okay, read assigns input to a variable, the num variable as a string, not executing as code. If num is used unsafely later, so if the script reused num in a command, injection could occur. I don't think that's the case. If arithmetic expansion is allowed. So Bash's arithmetic expansion evaluates variables as numbers, but if the input is used in a subshell, it could lead to code execution. Well, I mean, there's no eval in here. Jake Mr. Axe says, what if we use or in that bash? When giving a number, you can give a number and or a bash script. Enter a guess. Okay, so I mean this works. You don't need to directly put in the number. So this is arithmetic expansion, right? Evaluates variables as numbers. So can we do This is kind of tricky. So we can't use we can't use the $sign in here. And we can't do something like this. Whoa, what? No, okay. Actually, this isn't something to get excited about, because it's just running these two commands. They're not being... Yeah, that doesn't... let's see, Nub is Live says, can you tell me where do I start hacking? Where do I start hacking? Nub is Live, let me know what background are... What about... listen, AS, you're not really contributing very much to the conversation. But Nub is Live, let me know what background you have in cybersecurity or technology or coding in general, and maybe I can direct you to something. Maybe I can tell you where to start. So, do you have experience with technology? Have you done any development work before? Do you know about computer networking? Do you know about app development? Numbers Live, let us know, and then I can give you some advice. Numbers Live says, I know the basics of Linux, and right now I'm studying in computer science, like in university. I do know coding, and I've studied the basics of networking. Okay, so I think you've got a pretty good foundation there, and you're currently studying computer science. So what I want you to do is go ahead and try doing some of the challenges over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a great place to learn about cybersecurity stuff, and you can go ahead and try doing some challenges from the YouTube playlist. So I've got a YouTube playlist filled with cybersecurity or PicoCTF challenges in particular. If you can do the challenges yourself without having to look at the video, that's fine, and more power to you. But if you follow the playlist, eventually you'll build up a bunch of different skills that you can use when you're doing cybersecurity challenges, and you'll understand a little bit more about technology, I think. But let me get the playlist. Here it is. Echo Hello World 42. Echo Hello World 42. We can try that. Did it actually run anything here? Okay, how many more soundtracks can we run through? Here's probably the last soundtrack we'll do tonight. Okay, so I mean, we tried this. I mean, the easier thing to do would be to do this. So like, who am I? 42. So we're running. So the only thing that comes out here is that it says wrong. So I don't think it's quite working. What else could we do? What else could we try for this? This system is minimized by removing packages and content that are not required in the system. So read help. So this is being run. Read is being run with -p something something. Let me go ahead and grab. So -r-p. Number equals 42 then. Echo correct. Okay, so it's -r-p. So R is do not allow backspaces to escape any characters. So, I mean, this could have been something we could have tried, but I guess it's not something we can try anymore. So prompt output the string prompt without a trailing new line before attempting to read. Can you type that file bash in the command? I don't think we can. It just types out wrong. It just says wrong. I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Okay. Let's take a look at the file permissions one more time. So it's owned by root, it's readable. We can run the command only if we're using sudo. There's penguin.sh. Command? Which command are we talking about? If something number equals 42, echo correct, else echo wrong. So it takes in the number variable. Okay, so how is this interpreted by bash? I want to search about how to add the payload. Okay, so this is a conditional test that checks if the variable sum, or num, is numerically equal to 42. So this is a bash keyword. This is the double square brackets. So more flexible than square brackets. It supports and. This is a numerical comparison operator which checks for equality. So this is checking for a number specifically and not a string. Okay. So empty is treated as 0. So wait. Empty input. Oh boy. Non-numeric input doesn't work. Add input validation to reject non-integers. Echo correct, echo wrong. So if we run the darn thing, we enter 0, it says wrong. How about if we enter 1? Still wrong. So it's checking for exactly 42. Okay, so I mean Hacktricks actually has a section on command injection. Maybe we should look there. So we'll look for injection. Where's the injection list? Command injection, here we go. Okay, so what is command injection? I think we know. Context. So we tried doing the pipe, the double pipe, and we tried doing the semicolon. We could try using backticks. Let's try using backticks. Okay. So that didn't work. What else can we try? We could try doing I'm pretty sure we can't do something like this. Nope. Let's see. So it's equal. What about or? I mean, this is or, right? This also comes out wrong. Hold on. Yeah, this just comes out wrong. The or statement doesn't seem to be working here. Oh, what else is there? I think there's also the we should try a bunch of special characters. So this one didn't work. We need to find some way to break out. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that doesn't work. Nope. Filter bypasses, bypass Linux restrictions. I mean, there's no real restrictions that we see in place. It's just the way the thing is execute using a pipe. Execute 2 if 1 finishes okay. Okay, that doesn't work. Enter a guess. So this special character doesn't work. The backticks don't work. I think they designed this so that we can't do backslashes to escape. Are we injecting stuff in here? Can we do... What was it? Num? Num equals who am I? Nope. chain the commands. Chain the commands doesn't work. So try to read the output to a file. Try to send some input to the command. Well, I mean, we could try sending the output to, I don't know, temp out.txt. And thank you very much, Gaming Pars Universe, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And you know what? Let's give you some desert frog. It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so none of this stuff is working so far. Maybe this is a rabbit hole. And if this is a rabbit hole, we'll try identifying some something we could use by we'll use the WinPeas script. So where's WinPeas? So WinPeas large is here. Let's go ahead and download that. Okay. We downloaded it. Let's make it executable. And you know what we should check for? We should check for SUIDs. So it's find... Actually, who am I? We're Ruben. ID. We're part of the users group. We're part of the Ruben group. Okay, let's run linpeas. So we're using a privilege escalation script to take a look and see if we can identify any privilege escalation vectors. It identified the path that I created for myself. Okay, that's great. Okay. What the heck? Oh, okay. So we're looking for stuff that is either red or orange and red. And those are probably going to be our privilege escalation vectors. The problem is that there's a lot of stuff that you can look at inside these privilege escalation scripts. We just need to know what we're looking for. Okay. Okay, so it's going to stop and wait for a minute. Jake Mr. Hack says, test that. Yeah, I can test that, but first I'm going to run this first. The privilege escalation script to see if I can identify anything else. Still going. Wong. What is this? Wong Zijit. I'm not too sure how to pronounce his name. Let us know in the chat how to pronounce the name, and then I'll pronounce it properly. Thank you. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so what else do we have? We got all these processes, sure. Apache process found, okay. We have MySQL running probably on this port over here. We can run, it identifies the sudo L over here, that's great. We got super users, we got our own user. It's trying to do some brute force. This might take a little while. Slyborg just raided the channel with 34 viewers. Welcome, raiders. Raid message, says Cypher Enigma. Wow. Thank you very much for raiding, Slyborg. And we're raiding. Yep. We're just here, everybody. For everybody here, let's give you a fun video redeem. How about all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things. And thank you for following Dixie Wretched.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Thank you very much for raiding in. Slyborg, were you doing cybersecurity stuff today, or were you gaming, or what were you doing? Let us know what you were up to on the stream. Let's see. Melanet says John the Ripper having things moved on since 20 years ago. What are we taking a look at? What are we talking about? Melanet, hello, nice to see you here. And Cartier says W Mans, hello, nice to see you here. Brute forcing. You are working on brute forcing? Starting point. I finished starting point on Hack the Box. Whoa. You finished all of the... Hold on. You finished all of the tier 2? Okay, we got a password for WordPress. I don't know if this is... Well, we're going to record this password here, just in case for some reason this is the root password. I don't think it is. But just in case, I gotta record that. Very excited. Awesome. What are the prereqs for something like Hack the Box? Hack the Box, yeah. Well, you make an account over at Hack the Box, and then you can use that account. But more seriously, you need to know quite a few things about networking and about using security tools. Slyborg says I was doing a sudo hack. Huh. Are you talking about because sudo was running an old version of sudo? Is that the type of hack you're talking about? But welcome in, and yeah, we're just doing some hacking over here. My name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content over here on Twitch and on YouTube as well. And I'm currently trying to figure out, you know what? Maybe the people here could tell me what exactly I'm doing wrong. I'm trying to do some OS command injection. And I'll let you know about what OS command injection in just a little bit. I'm just going through my WinP's content over here. I think I have to wait for this to run out, otherwise... Hacka says, has this Hack My VM again? No, this isn't Hack My VM, this is Dockerlabs. So, Dockerlabs over here. And we're doing the Who I Am machine. So in a minute, after the privilege escalation script is finished, I'll let you see the OS command injection script that I'm trying to crack open. Cyborg says, I gotta go eat some chili. Chili, hey! Wish you all the success on your stream journey of the day. Thank you very much, Slyborg. And you know what? Everybody, if you haven't, you're not following Slyborg, then go ahead and follow Slyborg's channel. There you go. But you know what? We should give you a hack the planet to go out on. Thank you very much for rating.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so thank you very much for the follows, Dixie Wretched, Haka, and Von Bork. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's see. So we're currently looking at this script right here that's running that we can run as root. So we have sudo access with this script right here, and I'll just paste this in the chat. Maybe you can take a look. Take a look at something that maybe you can see something that I'm missing right now. So it does take user input here, and I'm just trying to figure out if we can inject into here. Flick in the beat says, "Hey buddy, what's your qualification?" I worked for half a year as a security tester. I've been learning about cybersecurity for the last 5 years or so. That's my qualification. Echo, get wrecked. Jake, Mr. Hack, thank you. Let me grab that this potential payload right here, and we can try running the thing. Sudo this thing. Okay, this gives syntax error, invalid arithmetic operator, error token is something. So I guess it's not exactly like SQL injection. Psyched, I have arrived again. Hello. Thank you for arriving again, Psyched. Nice to see you. Thank you. 69, who am I? I don't think it's not quite that easy. So we're actually looking for the number 42. But it throws an error over here. Invalid arithmetic operator. So Von Bork says, num execute stuff. Have you tried some shell commands? So num, well, I mean, num is a variable. So here, num, it's checking if the num, it's taking this in as the num variable. So num, it's checking if num is equal to 42. Then it echoes correct or it echoes wrong. Something like this. Let's see. Haka says, as far as I know, this is bad shell scripting is what you have to. This is what you have to have. Yeah, exactly. We're just trying to figure out how we can do it. I'm sure with the combined might of everybody in chat, we can figure it out eventually. Can we export num? Num equals something. MC25, you know, that's not a bad idea. Num not being quoted is big. So export, what is this called? Num. Export num equals, I don't know, who am I? Is it like this? So env, it should be in here now, right? Yeah, num equals who am I. If we run the script now, how do you inject into a bash script with a semicolon or something? Sometimes you can. Num not being quoted is big. Can we export num equals something? So export num equals, well, I don't know. We can make it 42. We can run the script. I guess this num and the environment variable num are not the same. What if you put in who am I colon semicolon 42 equals? So who am I semicolon 42 equals. So it says it's looking for syntax error, invalid arithmetic operator. So I think the reason why it's not going through because this particular statement right here is looking for an integer specifically. Who am I 42? Who am I and 42? So let's see. So who am I and 42? I mean we've been working at this for about, I don't know, I'm guessing like 40 or 50 minutes or so. It's been a while. 42 and who am I? Well, let's give it a go. No reasonable offers will be refused. (42) and true. 42 or true. Hold on. So it looks like okay, so Jake Mr. Hack has another idea for a payload. Let me copy that. Okay, so paste this in. It's complaining about invalid arithmetic operators. Okay, so this doesn't, it looks like the script isn't taking in environment variables as part of its have you checked the file perms, and maybe you can write into the existing shell script? I'm pretty sure I can't. Let me check one more time. So this is opt penguin.sh. So it's owned by root, group root, user root, read only, writable by root. It's not using any resources that we can interact with. EQ can be critically vulnerable. So Hacka, let me take a look at this article that you linked in here. Maybe it works if you use a subshell. Okay, let me take a look at this article here. Okay. Let's take a look. So what does it say in the article here? So if the parameter gets called num provided by a client and checks whether the num equals 100 or not. If num equals 100, then echo OK, otherwise no good. It works fine like this. All right. So let me read the article, and maybe it'll give us some insights. Neospring, hello, nice to see you here. Bin bash doesn't work. Well, I mean, we could just for fun. I'll try this out. I'll try this out. Num is unquoted and passed directly, and so can we break out of it? That's a good question. Okay, let's run the command sudo something something. Okay, so it throws an error and it gives us the wrong response. Empty, non-digit, and any other invalid parameters are rejected properly. Okay, it is secure enough, isn't it? However, the script is actually hackable. It has arbitrary code execution vulnerabilities. Can you guess which line is the problem? Think 1 minute. I'm guessing it's this line. Is it? The problem is list. No. Okay, so it's this line. So let's execute the command. What? What is going on here? Num equals... What is this? Okay, well, you know what? Let's go back over here. What is this payload? So, okay, so it cats out, etc. password into, I don't know. Let's just, for fun, put this in the temp directory. We'll call it proof or password in the temp directory, right? If this actually works, we'll copy this. We'll run the script, paste in the payload. It says wrong, but it didn't give us an error message. If it didn't give us an error message, then it probably executed something. Wow, that worked. That worked. So let me paste the payload into chat. So this is the payload that works. I don't know why this works. I really want to figure out. I should probably learn more about the bash shell, and I really need to understand why this payload works. But anyways, let's go ahead and use the payload to. What can we do with this? Well, we can just run bin bash, right? Nope. Bin bash doesn't work. Okay, so if bin bash doesn't work, then we can send a reverse shell command. It does work, it just exits out real quick. Can we get it to persist? It's because of the name subscript value, he explains in the blog later at the end. Hacka, thank you very much for explaining that. I knew that somebody in the chat would be able to figure it out. It certainly wasn't going to be me. Okay, so what can we do from here? I think we can probably do a reverse shell, and well, I mean, to do that we need to set up a reverse shell. So let me set up a reverse shell real quick. So let's see, rl wrap listen on port 443, okay, and let me get a reverse shell command. So let's see, rev shells, let's get a netcat reverse shell. So we got some named pipes over here. Yeah. Add a sleep 10 or something to see if it'll work. Wait, add a wait as a second command. Why not get suid bash? Well, I mean, I like to do some classic stuff over here, and the classic thing is to just get yourself a reverse shell. So I think we got a reverse shell. Yeah. Oh, wow. We got the reverse shell, but as Ruben. That was unexpected. Huh. We got the reverse shell as the Ruben user, not the root user. That's, man. And now the terminal's stuck. Did we run that as... Oh, you know what? I forgot to run... I forgot to run this. I forgot to run the actual script. Okay. Anyways, we got to reestablish our reverse shell. We got to reestablish the reverse shell. Let's do that. So we originally used this file to get a reverse shell. Where is it? Okay, so PHP reverse shell .php. Huh. Wait, was it deleted? I don't think it was deleted, was it? Okay. Okay, so we created our PHP reverse shell.php file here, so we should be able to access it from this directory. Yeah, I didn't use the sudo program, so I'm reaping all of the consequences right now. Okay, so it didn't demonize. This is quite common, not fatal. Connection refused. So, yeah, now it works. Okay, we got access again. So we're the www data user. We just need to become that other user. So first we need to upgrade our... We need to skip over to some other users. So there's the find command we have to run here. I forget what that was. It's on GTFO bins, so I'm going to go and look that up. Sorry. So GTFO bins, GitHub. We can look up how to abuse the find command with sudo. I'm just going to speed run this a little bit. So sudo find something something here. We're running this as the Rafa user. Now we're the Rafa user, okay. And now we can run debugfs as the Ruben user. So this is how we become the Ruben user. This is the same sudo that Borg... Oh, really? Wait, which command? Which command was it? Which sudo command was Borg working with? Okay, so debugfs. Oh, she had the find command. Yeah, that's a pretty common one. Okay, so debugfs. We can run this as the Ruben user. Not Ruben, but Ruben. Then we can run bin bash. Who am I? We're now the Ruben user. Okay, so we're back where we started. It only took like 5 minutes. Last thing we need to do is we need to upgrade our shell slightly. We can do that with the script command over here. Okay, cool. So into the op directory we go, and this is where the penguin.sh script is. So we run sudo with this. I just need to get the the payload. Where did I put that payload? I put it in chat. Let me get it from chat. Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, so this is the payload that works. So we're just going to do our netcat reverse shell in here. And I got it from here. Copy it. Okay, so we'll remember to actually put this payload in after running the sudo command. Thank you very much, FA, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, so we run the script with sudo. We put in our payload, which should get us reverse shell access. It hangs. It hangs. We look at our... Okay, we got root access. Great. Who am I? We're root. Awesome. So we can move into the root directory. And you know what that means? You know what that means? We can redeem this, and we can be... It actually makes sense. You need to spell everything correctly.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, yeah, we rooted the machine. Well, it only took us like 3 hours or something. Anyways, we're in the root directory, and what do we see here? There's no flag. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some web page defacement to prove that we got root access. So we're just going to move into var www.html, and the landing page should be index.php here. So it's owned. We could have done web page defacement when we were the www data user, but you know what? That's fine. Okay, we're going to echo out something to prove that that we broke into the system. We're going to echo it out to index.php. And I don't know. We're going to leave a message. What's the message we're going to leave? Okay, you just got hacked by the HackerFrogs. Thank you for leaving passwords in the backup directory. That helped us log in as a WordPress user. And from there, we injected some PHP code into one of the WordPress files. Oh, you led us through a fun chase, hopping from user to user with the sudo permissions. And we had to bamboozled instead of hacked, maybe. We had to do some research on obscure bash interactions to break out of your sudo script for the Ruben user and get root access. Thanks for the education. Better luck next time. Sincerely, the Shy Hat and the HackerFrogs. And I guess we'll also date this. It's 2025. It is June 2nd. Okay, and did this actually work? Okay, catindex.php. Okay, awesome. And let's go ahead and access this from the web app. So this should be the landing page. Okay, there we go. We proved that we rooted the system, and we left our mark over here. That's great. All right, so everybody, wow, that was a lot of fun. We had a lot of head smashing into the desk moments while we were trying to figure out how to get that privilege escalation to work. Thank you very much to Hacka for locating the article that talks all about how to abuse that particular script.
Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking? Yeah. Whenever you're using the terminal, you're doing a hacking. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish out the stream. And just to let everybody know, we stream 3 times a week, and we just did Linux Mondays. Next time, we're going to be moving on to Web App Wednesdays on Wednesday at the same time. We're going to be doing some network hacking over at HackerFrogs After School. We're going to do a demo on, it's going to be kind of like a demo on networking. So basically IP addresses and how to access remote machines from your own desktop. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing AI limit testing again. We're going to see if AI can solve CTF stuff. We might not be doing this. We might be replacing this with another topic. We're going to be going over some OWASP broken access control, and then we're going to be doing some Portswigger server-side request forgery challenges. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very web app centric next time on Wednesday. I hope to see you there. And Sai Charan Reddy says, what is the name of the box? Yeah, so we just finished... Let's see, what is the name of the box again? It's over at Dockerlabs.es. And the name of the box is Who I Am. Where is it? Here he is. So Who I Am, and let me go ahead and grab the download link, and just in case you wanted to do that. So this is a Docker container. You can download it from this link over here. It's a mega.mz link at never shady, never sketchy. And let's see who's on the InfoSec streamers list right now. Okay, we've got nobody. We've got nobody on right now. All right, let me look at my personal Twitch and see if anybody is on that we could raid. Oh, look. Midnight Simon is on. Okay, I'll copy their... let's see what they're doing right now. So I'm pretty sure they do development or programming. Neospring, thank you very much. We'll be back on Wednesday. We're going to be doing more hack and fun. So what is Midnight Simon up to? We just want to make sure that it's going to be a good target for the raid. Okay, Midnight Simon is doing what? What is this title of the stream? Okay, Vibe Coders Unite. Maybe we can learn some stuff about vibe coding. Anyways, let's go ahead and raid into Midnight Simon. We're trying to make some connections with the people in the software and game development category, and we'd appreciate it if you would raid in and give this raid message. So it's going to be OSFrog hip hop hack OSFrog, just like this. Okay, let's go ahead and start the raid. Midnight Simon, are they still online? Oh, Midnight Simon is going offline. Okay. Maybe we should raid into Moohoodles. We tried raiding into Moohoodles last time, but unfortunately, we misspelled the name of the channel. But let's see what Moohoodles is up to right now. So running Twitch inside of the Kali Linux Firefox browser is never a good time. Okay, so Moohoodles is on. What are they working on? So they're working on space and astrobiology news, low energy but lots of sci-com. Okay, let's go ahead and start the raid over there. So I need to copy paste to make sure that I'm not misspelling this name this time. Okay, let's start the raid. Okay, so everybody, we'll be back on Wednesday. When you arrive on the channel, please give the raid message, and thank you very much for coming and watching. We'll see you next time.